Advocate Siminya.
Thank you, Chair and Madam Commissioner, for the indulgence. Ms. Sibanyoni will place her name on record and to lead the witness for the day.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Commissioner. Good morning to my colleagues and all those attending the commission today. Before I start with my address, I'd like to apologize. I was in the restroom. I'd further like to apologize for not coming to introduce myself. For the record, my name is Nonkululeko Sibanyoni. I have not had the privilege of appearing before you in this commission before. I am duly briefed by Norton Rose Fulbright on behalf of the Joburg Fire Victims Support Group. In today's proceedings, Madam Chair, I will be calling upon 4 witnesses to give their testimonies. The statements, or the testimonies rather, will address how the witnesses became occupants of the Usindiso building. Secondly, they will address their living conditions at Usindiso building. They will thirdly address their various experiences during their stay and after their stay at Usindiso building with the state officials. Fourthly, the witnesses' statements will also address the events on the nights in question. And lastly, the impact of the fire on the various witnesses. The first witness to be called is Thobeka Biela, and her witness statement, Madam Chair, can be located at page 109 to page 112 of the bundle. The second witness is Andile Mzimela, and the statement, Madam Chair, can be located at page 113 to 115 of the bundle. The third witness to be called is Andi Swadlepu, and her witness statement can be located at page 124 to page 126 of the bundle. The last witness to be called is Thandi Chikija, and her witness statement can be located at page 127 to page 130 of the bundle. With the leave of the Commission, may I please be permitted to call the first witness?
Yes, you may, Ms. Sibanyoni.
Thobeka Biela.
Biela.
Biela, that
Yes.
is correct.
Mr. Biela, good morning to you.
Sawubona Nkosazana Biela.
Do you have an objection in taking an oath?
Ikhona yini into engakwenza ungakwazi ukwenza isifungo? No.
Give us your full names, please.
Sicela usitshele onke amagama akho.
Thobeka Samgelisiwe Biela.
Thobeka Samgelisiwe Biela.
The evidence you're about to give us, you swear will be the truth, nothing else but the truth. And if you do, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Ubufakazi ozobethula lapha uyafunga yini ukuthi buyiqiniso futhi buyiqiniso lodwa? Uma kunjalo, sicela uphakamise isandla sakho sangakwesokudla bese uthi Inkosi ngisize.
Nkosi ngisize.
The witness is sworn in.
Thank you, Advocate Siminya. Ms. Sibanyoni.
Good morning, Thobeka Biela.
Sawubona Thobeka Biela.
Yeah.
Can you please tell the Commissioner where you are from and what you do for a living?
Sicela ukuthi utshele le commission ukuthi uvela kuphi nokuthi uziphilisa ngani.
Ngokusuka ngisuke eFryhead eBhekuzulu. Ngokuphila ngangenza lutho kwamanje.
Originally, I come from Fryhead at Beguzulu. When it comes to living at the moment, I'm unemployed. I'm not doing anything.
Do you understand why you are here today?
Uyaqonda yini ukuthi kungani ulapha namhlanje?
Yeah.
Yes.
At paragraph 5, Thobeka, of your witness statement, It is indicated that you were staying at Usindiso building.
Esigabeni 5 kustatimende osenzile Thobeka uveze ukuthi wawuhlala kuleli bhilidi lase Usindiso. Yes.
Can you tell the Commission when you started occupying the Usindiso building?
Ake uchazele le commission ukuthi waqala nini ukuhlala kuleli bhilidi lase Usindiso.
Ngiqala kwami ukufika kuSindiso shelter. Ngiqale ngokufika ngo2020 bengisavakasha 2020. Ungcine sengihlala straight khona u2022 ngabo May.
My first time when I arrived at this building, it was around 2020, but during that time, I was just visiting the building. But to occupy the building and be one of the occupants, it was around May 20.
Umuntu ebengimvakashela ubehlala kuqhamuka.
But if he can come here, I can be able to point him.
Can you just confirm to the Commission if the person you were paying rent to was a female or a male?
Ake ucaciseke njengoba usho nje lo muntu owamkhokhela kwakuwumuntu wesilisa noma wesifazane?
Ongowesilisa.
Male.
Was the person occupying the building?
Ingabe naye lo muntu owamkhokhela irent wayehlala khona kuleli bhilidi?
Cha.
No.
How much was the rent that was
Wawukhokha
collected?
malini ayijala ezoyilanda irent?
Besinama room awu2 esarentelayo. I-room nebehlala mina straight beku 1.5 emase kuthi i-room le enye khona room bencane umkhukhu ibi u500 because bekunosisi bama abanye abakhona khona la building besenzele ukuthi sibe nespace sethu sarentele umkhukhu omncane. Sikhokha kumuntu oyedwa yonke le rent 1.5 no 500.
We had two rooms. The one that we used as our room, we paid 101,500, and we had also a small one that was a shack. That one we paid 500 rand because we used that one for if we have visitors because this one was small. So to accommodate our visitors and my sisters, they will use the small shack. So that one we paid 500 rand. So the whole amount we used to pay to the same person.
Was the shack within the building?
Lo mkhukho ushoyo ke omncane wawukhona ngaphakathi ebhilidini?
Obukhona ngoba bengihlala eground mina. Bekukhona emkhukhu ngoba nala bengikhokha khona 1.5 bekuvalwe ngebhodi bese kuba isitini ke kwenye indawo kodwa esayidini eli1 bekuvalwe ngebhodi.
Yes, the shack was also there because I was staying in the ground level. So it was partitioned with the board. So the shack was next to that one. So there were shacks where I was staying.
When you initially occupied the building, were there any shacks?
Ngesikhathi ufika ke usazoqala nje ukuhlala kuleli bhilidi yayikhona yini imikhukhu?
Bebekhona.
Yes, they were.
You said that you were paying rent to a certain gentleman. What did the rent cover? Can you explain to the Commission what the rent covered?
Uchaza ukuthi wawukhokha irenti ukhokhela lomlisa noma lensizwa nani ikhokhela irenti kodwa le mali yerenti yayihlanganisa ini ungathi iziphi izinto yayizihlanganisa ukuthi uyazikhokhela ngale mali yerenti?
Okokuqala bengihlala endlini yakhe bengenayo indlu mina. Okwesibili bekuthi mhlawumbe emekunenkinga yagesi sizocomplaina kuye njengoma stande wethu mhlawumbe ke sobona sebezokoleka kama 20 rand laba sebelungisile.
Firstly, I didn't have any accommodation, so I was paying for that accommodation for that particular rent. At the same time, if it happens that we had some problems with electricity, this was the person that we will go and complain to him. And they would come and fix for that problem after we have paid some 20 rents that were collected.
Was it only him you were reporting the problems to?
Kwakuwe wedwa yini owawubika udaba lwezinkinga enibhekene nazo kulo muntu enanikhokha kuyi-rent?
Lapho ngeke benabasi.
No, I don't have any idea on that one.
No, my question was he the only person you were reporting the issues to?
Umbuzo ukuthi ingabe uye yedwa yini enanibika kuye izinkinga angithi wawubika kuye inkinga uye yedwa yini noma bakhona abanye owawuyubike kubo izinkinga?
Cha bengimfonela nje benginayo inamba yakhe ngimfonela ngisho ukuthi ugesi awukho makukuthi akusilo shading emese-ke yasho ukuthi cha bazolungisa ugesi bekuye yedwa vele bengilakuye ngoba bengirenta kuyo.
Yes, it was only him. Because if it is not load shedding, then I will report to him that we have a problem with electricity. So in your question, ma'am, it was only him.
Was there a rental agreement that was reduced in writing and signed by either yourself or your partner?
Sikhona yini isivumelwano njengoba wawuzoqasha lapha esasenziwe mhlawumbe esibhalwe phansi ongathi wasayina wena noma sasayinwa yisoka lakho isivumelwano sokuhlala? No.
You indicated to the commission that you were staying on the ground floor. Can you please indicate how many floors did the building have?
Utshele le commission ukuthi wena indawo awuhlala kuyo kwakuyile ndawo oyibizwa ukuthi ground floor noma istairs nje siphansi. Kodwa ibuilding ngokwalo lalinezitairs ezingaki?
Begcine 4th floor.
The building had fourth floor.
Okay, and who were you staying with on the night of the fire?
Come again, ma'am.
Who were you staying with at the night of the fire?
Thank you. Wawuhlala nobani ke ngakhulukazi ngalolu busuku okwaqubuka ngawo umlilo?
Benginomuntu wami nengane yami encane.
I was with my boyfriend and my child, young child.
How old is your child?
Ineminyaka emingaki ingane yakho?
Usina 18 months manje.
Manje.
Yeah.
Now she is 18.
18.
Umfana nontombazane?
Intombazane.
She is 18 months now.
And where is she now?
Iphi njengoba sikhuluma nje?
Ngamthatha ngangihambisa ekhaya.
Oh, I took her to my home back home.
Did she sustain any injuries on the night of the fire?
Manje ngesikhathi kuqubuka umlilo kukhona ukulimala mhlambe oyakuthola ingane?
Kukhona akalimalanga emzimbeni kodwa ubengakhwehleli bengenalutho manje sewumuntu ohlala ephathwe isifuba uyakhwehlela.
No.
Ukuphuma kwethu endlini vele kwasekucela isimukho endlini.
No physical injury that happened to my child, but what I can say is that she inhaled a lot of smoke. Before this incident, she was not coughing much, but after this incident, she is coughing very, very much. So she was affected by the smoke.
Okay, thank you. You indicated to the commission that you moved into the building officially or permanently moved into the building in 2022.
Yes.
Utshelele commission ukuthi wathuthela kuleli building ngokugcwele ngo 2022.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct.
Please describe to the commission the condition of Usindiso building when you first moved into the building in detail.
Ake uthi kwenaba ke uthi nje ukuchaza ukuthi ngesikhathi sewuthuthela kuleli building ngo 2022 lalinjani ibuilding?
Ukufika kwami mina ngabona kuyindawo eright for ukuthi ngihlale mina because vele imali yokuthi ngikhokhe rent kwezinye indawo bengenayo besingayi-afford.
Upon my arrival, I found that this is a good place for me to stay because other accommodations anywhere, I couldn't afford to pay rent for them. So this was the accommodation that I was able to pay the rent and afford.
Amanzi besiwathola epipini elibomvu lokucisha umlilo. Ama-toilet ichabe singenawo ground floor besebenzisa ama-toilet akwamanye ama-floor.
In order to have water, we use the fire hydrants that were there to have water in our room. But when it comes to toilets, we had no toilets on our level, so we had to use those that were in the second floor.
Ugesi ngawufica ukhona noma ke nje ubuhlale uthi ucishile ugesi noma unqamuka intambo ethile kumele iyothengwa ke sikhipheke lawo ama-20 rand noma ama-30 rand beyothenga leyo ntambo uma bethenga intambo yaseground floor ecishile kumele sikhiphe ama-20 rand noma ama-30 rand yothenga intambo balungisa ugesi.
When it come to electricity, we had electricity, everything was fine, although there were times where electricity was not there, so because of the cables that were bent, so we have to buy those cables, and we had to collect some 20 rands in order to pay for new cables, and they will come and fix the cables, then the electricity will have it again.
What you just described now is consistent with what was indicated at paragraph 7 of your witness statement.
Osanda kuchaza manje kuvumelana nalokho okubhale estatementini sakho kusigaba 7.
Can you tell the Commission if the environment was still fine, as you described it in your witness statement, days prior to the incident or the fire?
Njengoba ususichazile istatement sakho, ake uchazele le commission ukuthi ngisho nangaphambi ke kokuthi kuqubuka umlilo izinto bezisalokhu zilungile zinjalo noma khona umehluko wawukhona ngaphambi kokuthi kube usuku okwaqubuka ngawo umlilo.
Ungcola bekukhona ungcola. Ikhona engacomplainela ungcola. Ungcola bekukhona ungcola. Ngoba bekusuka umuntu wase 3rd floor, sina la behlala khona bekunama steps. Ama steps anensimbi. Umuntu bekusuka umuntu osuka phezulu ehla ngama steps ezolahla udoti khona lapha. Abanye beme phezulu bechitha amanzi khona lapha. Ungcola into ibikhona. Bengangcolisa abantu base ground floor kuphela. Bekungcolisa nabakwanye abakwanye ama floor.
The only thing that I'll mention as a problem was the dirty. It was dirty on the building. My room was next to the stairs, so you will find that there are people who will come up from in the upper levels, go down just to dispose of the waste there. Some water, spill some water everywhere, but I cannot say the dirty was only coming from the people who were on the level 1, but even those who were in the upper level contributed to the dirty of the building.
Apart from what you just indicated, were there any other changes that took place in the environment or in the building?
Ngaphandle ke manje kwalokho sanda kusho ukungcola nokunye kukhona yini okunye ke futhi owakubona sekushintshile ebuilding?
Angeke ngibe namazi amaningi ngoba vele uqala kwami ukuhlala khona bengahlali bengivakasha. Yebo khona bese kushintshile kunalesi sikhathi bengivakasha ngazo. Kodwa uqala kwami ukuhlala vele ngifike nje kunjeyana kwaze kwasha kunjeyana sengiqala ukuhlala.
I cannot say much because, as I mentioned earlier, that I used to come as a visitor up until I occupied officially in 2022. Yes, it was not the same as previous when I used to come and visiting the place, but however, all the things were more or less the same as I explained here up until the day the fire broke.
Okay. You indicated that residents that were staying on the upper floors would dispose of the rubbish on the ground floor. Who was taking care of that rubbish after it had been disposed of by the residents?
Usanda kusho ukuthi bekwenzeka laba abahlala phezulu kulezi zitezi eziphezulu beze bazochitha udoti lapha bawulahle njengoba bewusho nasezitebhisini. Ubani obenakekela ukuqoqwa ke kwalowo doti obowulapho sowungcolisile?
Udoti la bebelahla khona emastepsini ubusumnini bese sithatha lo besihlangana sishintshana ngokuklina amastepisi nedoti. Lo obeklina ubekhona ukuthatha lo ngaphezulu uthathekayo usemusha awuhambise ngaphandle. Khona udoti ubusuhlezi umningi usuthele ngamanzi nani ungasaphakamiseki nje usungakhonvele na ukuthi inkinga ngiza ubusuhlezi ukhona kodwa lo busemusha besikhona ukuthatha siyolahla senze ukuthi ingaze igcwale.
When we talk about the waste or refuse that were there, some of them had been there for quite some time. You couldn't even clean or remove that waste there. So the only thing we were able just to take those that we can take just to clean up there. We will assign someone to clean there. So we will just take those refuse that we can. But some were already stuck on the stairs, so we couldn't be able to remove those.
Okay. And was the landlord or the gentleman that you described aware of sanitation issues within the building?
Lo mlisa umchazile ke nanikhokha kuye wayesazi yini lesi simo senhlanzeko nje ukuthi kunjena lapha esakhiweni.
Besazi ngoba emefika ezobanda imali yakhe rent ubengena emnyango adlule kuDodo besazi nje isimo sokuthi sinjani lapha.
Yes, he was aware of the situation because on the days when he comes to collect the rent, he will pass on that waste that has been disposed of there. So he was aware.
If you could give an estimate, Tobeka, how many people were occupying the building?
Thobeka uma ungakathi nje ake uhlawumbisele ungathi bangaka abantu abehlala kuleli bhilidi.
Ngisho angeke ngibe nayisho ngoba bebaningi abantu. Angeke ngize ngithi cha kodwa nje ngisho ukuthi mhlawumbe besimo 500. I'm not sure anginaisho.
I'm not sure really how many people were there because there were many people in that building. I can estimate around 500, but I'm not sure.
This number includes both females, males, and children.
Le number ibalayo ka 500 usho ukuthi ihlanganisa bonke abesilisa nabesifazane nezingane noma ihlukanisa abantu ngobulili isho ihlanganisa bani?
Ngabahlanganisa kodwa anginayisho bekungesuye umuntu uzothini othanda ukuhamba be up and down ngihleze ngihlalele endlini kodwa babe baningi bona abantu abehlala eshelter.
I will say yes, this number includes everyone who were in the building, but normally I'm the person who normally sit at home, so I was not up and down the building always so, but the number consists almost everyone who were in the building.
Okay. And were there enough apartments to occupy that number of people from your observation of the building?
Ngokubona kwakho ke Thobeka, njengoba usho ukuthi kwakunabantu abalinganisele emakhuleni amahlanu noma ngaphezulu, ucabanga ukuthi amakamelo ababehlala kuwo ayenele yini ukuhlalisa bonke laba bantu?
Abanye bebehlala nga3 abanye behlala nga4 and ezinye izindlu ezinye zazo beyidatshule ngamabhoti room enkulu kakhulu. So meyidatshule ngamabhoti room usho ukuthi keep out room obvious bazoshare mhlawumbe behlale nga2 nga3.
You will find that some of the room were occupied by 3 or 4 people inside. Or even inside the room, you will find that they were partitioned by boards. So you find that other people are staying on the same room, but that has been partitioned. So they are on the other side of the room. So that's what I can say.
You also indicated that there were shacks on the ground floor.
Uphinde wakhuluma ngale ndaba yemikhukhu eyayilapha ya ku ground floor. Yes.
Were there enough shacks to occupy the residents?
Ubona sengathi imikhukhu yayanele nayo futhi ukumumatha abantu ababehlala khona lapha.
Yeah.
Yes, there were so many shacks.
Were the shacks in a good state?
Yayinjani yayisesimweni esihle lemikhukhu uma uyibheka?
Noma ngayazi yonke imikhukhu ngazi nakahle kahle indawo engiyazi engakuchazela ngayo kakhulu indawo lesesayidini ebengihlala ngakulo nasegate ebengena ngakulo ukhamba lemkhukhu engale eminingi mhlawumbe bengibona once a week mengiyoyithengela ukudla kuneshop ibidayisa ukudla ngale ngimuva mhlawumbe mengiyoyithengela yona ukuthi ibihlalo bani ngasikhathini angiyazi kodwa ukuyibona kwami ibimningi ngingasazi isimo sayo phakathi ukuthi ibinjani.
I really don't know the situation or the condition of the shacks, all of them, but the only ones that I know, the ones that were next to my shack, the ones next to the stairs, those I can explain and tell you how they were, but the other ones no, because I only saw them when I go to buy something on the tuck shop, but to me, there were so many shacks there.
Did you consider the building safe, a safe place to occupy?
Uma uyibheka leli bhilidi ubona ukuthi lali indawo ephephile ukuthi kungahlalwa kuyona.
Uqala kwami ukufika ukuvakasha yabe kwindawo ephephile. Until ngize ngihlale khona bengasaphephanga. Ngoba kwesinye isikhathi bekunokuganga umuntu ngaphandle engahlali ebuilding. So ukuthi uzongena ngale ngegate lase clinic agijime aphume azophumela ngapha ngasemaxhoseni aphinde ahambe straight.
Initially when I started to come to this building it was safe up until the time when I come to reside or be an occupant of of the building. That's why I've noticed that it's no longer safe now. Because you will find that a person will commit a criminal offense outside or anything that is wrong, then that person will run through the gate on the entrance one all the way to the other gate to Emaxhoseni.
Was there any security provided by the gentleman that you mentioned earlier on?
Lensi zokhulume ngayo ekuqaleni enanikhokha kuyo kukhona yini ukuvikeleka mhlambe yayinikeza khona ke njengoba nanihlala la? No.
Okay. Who were you reporting the criminal activities to?
Le ndaba yobugebengu isanda kuyisho manje uma iyenzekile naniyibika kubani?
Angikaze ngabika kubugebengu. Akaze ngibike nje bengibabona abantu bebalekela sothi ngimele phandle noma ngiyayiwashela kodwa cha ukuthi ngikhulume ngiyobika abantu angaze ngakubika. Into futhi eyenza ukuthi ngigcine ngingayifakanga endabeni zabantu. Isikhathi esiningi besihlala sibathathu endlini le engezansi singamantombazane sodwa umuntu ambe nokhamba mhlambe ebengabikho. Ukukhuluma indaba zabantu besilisa umuntu wesifazane ikhona okuzokwenza ukuthi ungabi safety kakhulu.
I never reported any criminal activity while I was there. I didn't want to intervene to any person's issues. The reason why it's because we were 3 girls who were staying in that shack. So if really we would intervene to others people's matter, that will put us on risk. So we wanted to be safe. So the only thing that will keep us safe is not just to get involved to any issue. Yes, I saw some people who were running around, but when it comes to me, I never reported any criminal activity.
Would police officials come because of a report by someone else, not you?
Kwenzeka yini kodwa amaphoyisa ke afike ngisho kuthiwa lobo bugebengu abikwanga uwe.
Amaphoyisa behleze khona ebuilding angazi noma bebusuke biki ubugebengu noma bebusuke ngabikwanga kodwa nje amaphoyisa ebehleze khona ke building ngoba nje isonto belingapheli mhlawumbe ebefika ka3 noma ka2 ngeviki lilodwa behleze ke khona amaphoyisa.
Police officers were always there in that building 3 or 4 times a week. Were always there. I don't know whether the criminal activity were reported or not, but the police officers were always there in the building.
Okay. Did you witness any other criminal activities being conducted by the people that are occupying the building, not someone from outside?
Bukhona yini wena ubugebengu owake wabona benziwa abantu abahlala ngaphakathi ebuilding lelo wawuhlala kulona hayi abahlala ngaphandle kodwa abahlala ngaphakathi benza izenzo zobugebengu?
Bakhona noma ngeke ngize ngikhulume ngamagama bakhona. Bakhona besingabantu abahlukene sibaningi lapha bekuhlala umZulu, kuhlala umXhosa, kuhlala uMozambique, kuhlala iTanzania, kuhlala iKenya. Besibaningi ngeke ngize ngibabane ngibaqede kuhlala oMalawi. Abantu ebedume kakhulu ngokuthi bayaganga abo oya kodwa nababeZulu bakhona bebeganga
oya
amaTanzania.
Okay. Yes, I saw some, and even though I cannot mention their names here, but there were people who were committing criminal activities. The reason why it's because there were different people who come from different countries or even ethnic group, because we had people from Mozambique, Malawi, Tanzania, even here South Africans. So we had many people, nationality that were there. But those who were famous when it comes to committing criminal activities were Tanzanians.
Okay. Without mentioning any names, can you indicate to the Commission what kind of criminal activities did you witness? You said that there were criminal activities. What kind of criminal activities did you
Ngaphandle kokuthi
witness?
udalule amagama abantu ukuthi obani kodwa ushilo ukuthi bakhona babenza ubugebengu. Ake uchaze ukuthi buphi nje wena ubuhlobo bobugebengu owake wabona benzeka noma benziwa ngaphakathi ebuilding? Robbery.
By the people occupying the building?
Babenziwa abantu abahlala ngaphakathi ebuilding.
Ayi ukuthi bonke bebenza ubugebengu
Yeah.
kodwa bakhona bebenza nabo besihlala nabo.
I'm not.
Nabanye bebephumela ngaphandle bese bezobalekela vele khona la. Omunye kuthuthi uganga khona la eflatini ufike noma akahlala eflatini ufike nalo hlala eflatini.
I'm not trying to say everyone who was staying in the building was committing crime. No, but there were some who were in the building who committed crime. Sometimes you find that a person who stays in the building, he comes with his friend or her friend, then that person will commit a crime.
You indicated to the commission that the police officials would come. You even stated that sometimes they would come 4 times a week. Were there any arrests that were made?
Ukhulume ngokuthi umbutho wamaphoyisa wawungapheli lapha eBhilidini ngezinye izikhathi ufika izikhathi ezine ngeviki njengobushilo. Kodwa bakhona inowake wababona beboshwa njengoba kokufika amaphoyisa.
Bebeboshwa siphinde sibabone sebengapheli.
They were arrested and later on we saw them walking outside.
Without mentioning any names, were you approached by anyone from the city of Johannesburg to address the issues of security or the criminal activities that you just spoke about, water and electricity, as well as sanitation? Was there anyone that you
Ngaphandle kokudalula futhi amagama namanje sisi kodwa ukhona yini mhlambe isikhulu esithile ke sase somkhandlu wedolobha laseGoli esake safika kuwe sakhuluma ngalezi inkinga enibhekene nazo zamanzi, ugesi, ukungcola nje lokho okushilo okukhona lapha ya kuka kwenzeka waba nezingxoxo enjani?
Ngoba bese ngichazile ekuqaleni mina ngumuntu obehleze ehlalela endlini into eziningi ebezenzeke eshelter bengazazi. Mhlawumbe bengizwa sekuthiwa khokhe imali yokuthi benginayo ngikhiphe bengenayo ngayikhiphi. Into eziningi ebezenzeke eshelter mhlawumbe wafika mhlawumbe akaze efike angazi.
As I mentioned earlier on, I'm the person who normally like to stay in my room, and I used to do that. So I'm not sure whether that happened or not, because I will hear people say now we should collect some 20 rands to pay for this, but I am not sure.
Ngoba ngikhumbula kuthiwa kunemeeting yabo wekhulu ngikhona mina ngikhumbula kuthiwa kunemeeting ukuthi sihlangane nabo bezokhuluma ngasamthing cha ngikhumbula.
I don't remember any time when I heard that there was a meeting or there will be a meeting where we'll sit with the city officials and discuss this. No, I don't remember.
Okay. Have you ever seen or witnessed any of the police officials that would come communicating, conversing with the gentleman that you mentioned earlier on?
Wake wabona ke manje mhlambe ke iphoyisa noma isikhulu esithile sikhuluma nale ndoda eqoqa kuyo imali ke le okhulume ngayo uMastanda wena? No.
Were there any attempts by government officials or City of Johannesburg to try and assist the residents of the Usindiso building?
Kukhona kwaziyo mhlambe ngosizo ke oke walibona izikhulu zedolobha zomkhandlu wedolobha ziza sizosiza noma mhlambe inhlaka yakahulumeni ezithile ziza zithi zizosiza nina njengezakhamuzi zakuleli ability. Wakubona mhlambe unjani?
Into nje engingayisho nje ibiyenziwa abasebenzi bahulumeni iclinic ibifika njalo iviki neviki ibifika iclinic kuyibuilding iyona into engakhuluma ngayo cha into engayibonanga le ngoba befika iviki neviki.
The only assistance that I can mention from the government that I saw is the clinic. They will come and assist with the clinic. Is that the mobile clinic?
Yeah.
That was the mobile clinic. So that mobile clinic will come and assist the people who were residing in the building. So, as well as the collection of the waste. So also the waste were collected.
Would you describe to the Commission what happened on the night of the 31st of August 2023?
Manje sesicela uchazele le commission ukuthi kwenzekani ngalolu suku okwaqubuka ngalomlilo la ngomhla ka 31 August 2023.
Mangilele ngavuka ngayochama ukuba kwami ngochama cabanga ukuthi kwakungabo past 12 ngabuyela embhedeni. Ubuyela kwami embhedeni ngalala futhi.
At that night, I was sleeping and I woke up around about 12:30 to go to the bathroom to pee. Then after that, I came back and went straight to bed.
Ngisalele nje akuphela ngesikhathi engathi mhlawumbe esi2 hours ngiyakalekisa. Ngeza umsindo nje kunomsindo. Ngimenyeza okwanele omunye intombazane engizwana ekhaya umngane nami ibihlala kwelinye room. Engimemeze ethi thanda ukuyasha ngangayitshela ukuthi userious.
Less than 2 hours, I heard some commotion outside, and one of my friend by the name of Kwanele, I heard her, she was calling me, say, Tando, there is a fire.
Ngingase ngiyalala ngaqhubeka ngalala uqhubeka kulala kwami until ezeze emnyango ezoshaya umnyango emeshaya umnyango ngavuka ngaphaphama.
I ignored that call because after that I continued with my sleeping, but she realized that I'm not responding. Then she came straight to knock on my door.
Uvuka kwami lapho vele ngivuke sekugcwele ismoke endlini ukuvuka kwami mengivuka ngavusa umuntu ebengilele ngamtshela ukuthi kuyasha.
When I woke up, there was already a smoke in the room. Then I woke up my boyfriend and I told him that there is a fire.
Emva kalokho ke ngavuka ngathatha umntwana ngabe sengiphuma naye phandle. Mengithatha umntwana ngiphuma naye phandle ngafike ngambambisa yena owanele ngibuyele endlini ngithi ngiyothatha isikhwama ngaphuma khona ukuphuma naso ngaphuma nesikhwama esisodwa.
After that, I took a child and went outside. I gave a child to Kwanele, then went back again to my room just to pick up my one bag, the only bag that I was able to take. It was only one bag.
Ngumluvele wasuvela ungaphakathi ngibona angibange ngisakhona ukubuyela ngithi ngiyothatha ezinye izinto eziningi.
Because the fire was already inside the room. I couldn't take any other belongings.
Manginika ukwanele ingane nesikhwama ngibheke uAndile obehlala e3rd floor. Mengimbheke uAndile ngingamboni. Mengithi ngenyuka ama steps ngiyombheka ngihlangane nomuntu wakhe ngimbuza ukuthi uAndile angitshela ukuthi uyeza. Kuhlanganeni kwami nomuntu uAndile ngitshela ukuthi uyeza ngiqhubeke ngamboni uAndile ngiqhubeke ngimcinga.
While my child was still in Kwanele, I tried to locate Andile, and on my way on my way to the stairs there, I met her boyfriend and I asked her boyfriend, where is Andile? And while what did not say?
What he is?
Oh, excuse me. The one boyfriend said she's coming.
Emva kalokho ke ngibona ngathi khamba isikhathi ngoba kwasegcela intuthu abantu abaningi bekhala abanye bewa ngabona ukuthi ngcono ngizama ukuzenyukela ngithe mengisazama ukuzenyukela ngisanyuka ama steps okuqala ngahlangana nayo Andile.
While I was still there, I noticed that now time was passing. I couldn't wait any longer there. Then I went up the stairs, tried to locate and find Andile. On that way, that's where I met Andile.
Mengimthola uAndile wayese ekhwehlela kakhulu. Ngathi wayehishekile wayesehishekile ukuthola kwami ngoba ngazama ukuthi ngimbambe kwesinye isandla sehle naye ngehle naye ama steps ngifike ngimbeke phansi.
At that time, Andile had already inhaled a lot of smoke. That's what I've noticed because she was coughing very, very heavily. Then I tried to go with her, holding her, and go down the stairs.
Ukumbeka kwami ngazama kumthengela ubisi kodwa kasho ukuthi itoro ivuli izitoro eningi ivaliwe.
I tried to get some milk in order to assist her, but at that time all the shops were closed.
Emva kalokho ke sabe sesihlala phandle sahlala saphumela egate nasemaXhoseni sahlala ngaphandle kwalo.
At that time we stayed outside there. We went through the gate to emaXhoseni.
Mesihleze egate nasemaXhoseni umuntu amangasamboniyo nkathi wayesesukile yobheka ubhuti bakhe.
While we were still there, my boyfriend was nowhere to be found around, but only to find that he went to look for his brothers.
Ngayiqhubekela ngayibuyela ngazoyihlalela emaXhoseni. Okuningi ngabe ngiqamba mama ngithi ngabona ngoba ngangiphethe umntwana ngihleli nomntwana ngaphosiswa mehishekile.
I continued to stay there holding my baby, and if I can say after that I saw a lot of things, I will be lying. I didn't see anything after that because I was just sitting there holding my baby and watching my sister who had inhaled a lot of smoke.
Tobeka, can you comment on the efficiency of the emergency service, including the fire department in dealing with this fire?
Ake uthi ukuphawula lapha Tobeka ngendlela abezimo eziphuthumayo njikakhulukazi izicishamlilo indlela abashesha ngayo noma ekusebenzeni kwabo wakubona kunjani?
Ngoba bengishilo ngangihleli esayidini la ngasemaXhoseni kodwa umuntu wafika ezoboleka ifoni kimi. Kwaba uzinhle behlala ngaphesheya ezoboleka ifoni ethi ufuna ukufona. Wahamba isikhathi nefoni yami. Angimazi noma wafona noma akaze fona. Ngoba bengishilo ngangihlalela esayidini ngapha masemaXhoseni into nje engayibona nengayizwa bebuya bathi truck ayinamanzi akaqala ukuchishwa.
Where I was at that time next to at the emaXhoseni, I couldn't see anything because I was just seated there, as I mentioned earlier on. I remember Zinhle came to borrow my phone, trying to phone the emergency services. I'm not sure whether she was able to phone them, but the only thing I heard at that time is that the fire truck came, but there was no water.
Can you give an estimation of how long it took the fire truck to arrive?
Ungakwazi kodwa ukuhlawumbisela ke ukuthi kwathatha isikhathi esingakanani ngaphambi kokuba kufike isicishamlilo?
Ngoba ngichaza nje program ngangihlezi emaXhoseni. Ngangalokho ngizulazula ingane nami ngaleso sikhathi ibisencane nanokuthini imisencane ngangengikhona ukushiya alile ehleli phansi wayephelele wayekhwehlela. Ukwanele owayehamba ebabhizi ebesitshela ukuthi sekukuthi ngeke ngikhulume ngento engitshela umuntu ngcono ngikhulume ngento engayibona.
As I mentioned earlier on, I was just seated there. I couldn't see anything and I couldn't walk around because I had my baby and I was watching my sister who was coughing very heavily at that time. So I don't want to say something that is a hearsay. That's why I cannot comment on that one.
Okay. Apart from the coughing, did your sister sustain any other injuries, including your child, your daughter?
Ngaphandle ke kokusho nje ukuthi wayekhwehlela usisi wakho lona owuhleli naye kukhona okunye ukulimala okwenzeka okwamehlele? No, nothing.
Did you sustain any injuries?
Wena ke kukhona ukulimala owaphuma nakho? No.
Did you lose any friends, acquaintances as a result of the fire?
Kulomlilo kukhona yini mhlambe owashona ngenxa kungaba umngani wakho noma isihlobo sakho noma umuntu omjwayele kuloya monakalo omlilo?
Akekho umuntu oyihloko sami washona akekho umngani wami owashona. Kodwa abantu ubusukwazi ukuphila nabo uhlekisane nabo kwababhlungu makuthiwa bashonile abanye bakhona obaziyo.
Yes, I didn't lost any of my friend or family member, but it was so painful to lose people whom you know, people that we are familiar with, whom you had stayed with them. So I just lost those people whom we stayed together.
Were there any discussions amongst the residents as to how the fire started?
Zikhona yini izingxoxo mhlawumbe wazizwe sezikhulunywa ke abahlali enanihlala nabo kuleli bhilidi ukuthi kahle hle lo mlilo uqalwe yini?
Ngibe nakho ukukhuluma okuningi lapho. Angeke ngize ngiphawule okuningi engikwazi nje ukuthi umlilo waqala eground floor.
I don't have any comment on that and I cannot say much on that, but the only thing that I know that is that the fire started in the ground floor.
How has the fire affected your life, Tobeka?
Thobeka, lesi sigameko somlilo sikuthinte kanjani ukuphila kwakho?
Singistakhisile. Ngizothi ngilimele. Ngilimele ngokwempilo, ngilimele ngokomoya, ngilimele ngokuhlala hlahle, ngilimele indawo zonke ngenxa yomlilo.
My life is stuck. Actually, I'm hurt. I'm hurt physically, I'm hurt emotionally, I'm hurt spiritually, everything. I'm hurt, all because of the fire.
Can you indicate to the Commission what you lost in the fire? You said that you only took one bag with you.
Ake uchazele le commission ngoba uthe ekuqaleni nakho umubuyela wakwazi ukuthatha isikhwama esisodwa kuphela uphume naso. Yini enye yakulahlekela kulomlilo eyimpahla?
Kuningi kwangilahlekela. Umbhede, ikhabethe, kuningi kodwa ke ngokubonga kwami ngibonga ukuthi angilahlekelwanga impilo yami. Sengibonga ukuthi angilahlekelwanga impilo. Lokho kwalahleka mhlawumbe kwafana nokudala ukuthi kulahleke.
I lost a lot of things, including my bed, my key, my cupboard, and almost everything that were inside. However, I appreciate that my life was saved. I think the things that were lost, maybe they were meant to be lost, but my life, I appreciate that my life was saved.
Given your losses, have you received any assistance from the city of Johannesburg or anywhere else?
Umukhuluma ngokulahlekelwa kwakho ke njengoba kwalahlekelwa lukhona usizo mhlawumbe oke waluthola kumkhandlu wedolobha laseGoli noma ke kwenye indawo nje eyakunikeza usizo?
Yeah, usizo lona ngeke ngathola kwa Red Cross. Baphinde basiza ke basipha indawo yokuhlala.
Yes, there were some assistance that we got from the Red Cross, and they also provided us with a shelter that we are using at the moment. So I think the accommodation we have it now. Although I'm no longer staying there.
Where do you currently stay?
Uhlala phi nje njengamanje?
Ngihlala eDenver, eMkhukhwini.
I stay in the informal settlement at Denver.
Is that accommodation that was provided to you guys?
Leyo ndawo ohlala kuyo yindawo nayo owahlinzekwa ngayo noma kanjani?
Yeah, start mesiphume shelter sayobeka eMkhukhwini eDenver, ngihlala eMkhukhwini njengamanje indawo esayinikwa.
These are the shelters that were provided to us because after the fire from that building, they provided us with this.
They took us, basithathe basise shelter, abanye basebekhishwa thina sanikwa inotice kwathiwa iphelile indawo yethu. Ukuphela kwendawo yethu vele abasebhezimali basebekhishiwe bebeke eMkhukhwini. Nathi sasiyakhona siya ukuyocela indawo sathola eMkhukhu.
Okay, so from the building we went to shelter. And from the shelter, we went to where we are now in the informal settlement at Denver. Because some in the Besval were already told that there's no longer space for them, so they also went to find accommodation in that informal settlement at Denver.
Can you give an estimation of the number of people that are currently occupying the Denver informal settlement?
Mhlambe ungahlawumbisela lapha ya enhlala khona ke kule ndawo enhlala kuyo eseDenver bangaka abantu lapha ya uma ungathi uyahlawumbisela abahlala khona?
Butwami baningi abantu lapha. Imkhukhu angiyazi ukuthi igcina ku 200 or 300 kodwa thina esibuyosindiso building si less than 50 asikho baningi.
There are many people in that informal settlement. Really, I cannot say the number of the shelters, or it's up to 50. But we, as the victims from the Usindiso building, we are not more than 50.
And how are the living conditions there?
Zinjani ke izimo zokuphila ke manje njengoba nihlala kule ndawo?
But ngoba sihlala emkhukhwini akukho right. One sihlala emkhukhwini singabantu besifazane, abanye bethu sihlala sodwa, sihlala nabantwana abanye bethu bangabantu abasebenzayo abahamba bemsebenzini bebuye ebusuku. Lapha ehlala khona angina gate. 2 angina security. Ama security safice khona hamba.
The conditions where we stay now are very bad, are not good at all, because some people who stay there are only females, women with only children. Some they go to work and come back later, and there are no gates there. There are no security at all.
Enye into ebhlungu maninetha lapha emkhukhwini. Umele embhedeni pheka umbhede. Amanzi ayangena emasayidini, ayangena phansi. Angene amanzi uthi uma uhamba agcine enhla kwamaqakala. Kumata yonke into yakho phansi lapho. Akukho nje right.
The situation is bad, especially when it is raining. The water will flow everywhere, on the walls, on the floors. The water will come up until to your ankles. So it's not bad at all. It's very bad, I mean. Excuse me.
And lapha uma uhamba thothi uyagijima uyeza ukuthi kuyashika. Lapha kunokuthi ulale kuvuke kunomgodi omkhulu ugubhekile. Kunomgodi nje ubuqedwa kuvalwa ngasempompini la isikha khona amanzi. Sathi besilala kwakungena umgodi usuvaliwe lo ngapha. Savuka sekunomgodi ogubhekile ngapha futhi omunye phansi. Hayi ukuthi ugutshwa abantu uyishonela wona phansi. Kwezinye indawo uma uhamba kune space esesehlukanisile ngathi kune basement ngaphansi. Kune space esehlukanisile ubulukuza kanje akubonakali phansi kodwa uyabona ukuthi kune space kunendawo eshona phansi.
In that area where we are in right now, even if you walk or you run, you can feel that there is something just underneath the earth. There are sinkholes. Sometimes we go to bed. The next morning when we wake up, you will see a big hole. And you know that no one who has digged that hole. It's something that is very terrifying. Sometimes when you go and look down on that sinkholes, you will see a gap, but you can't see. It's like there is some ground or basement underneath the earth. So it's not right at all.
Ngoba siya sa complaina ngokuthi singenela amanzi endlini. Sasicomplaina kulo wayesifake endlini. Wathi uzokwenza ama drain. Mabefika abamasipala basho ukuthi ngebe khona ukwenza i-drain. Angazi noma bavinje ukuthi ngine basement ngaphansi noma babona indawo isimo sendawo okuyiyona.
And we went and complained about and raised this issue about waters that are flowing if there is rain. But and the municipality came and promised to put some drains, but later on they didn't take any action. I'm not sure whether maybe they realized that there is this basement underneath. I'm not sure, but nothing has happened. And there are these people who are called Zamazama who are digging. The conditions there are very bad, I wouldn't lie.
Unomntwana ungasaba ngisho kumshiya umntwana wakho ngoba lapha kunemigodi evulekayo. Kungenzeka umntwana aphoseke lapha ethi uyadlala. Indawo yokudlala abantwana ayikho, abanayo indawo, akuna space.
If you have a child, then there is no playground for children there. You're always scared that your child will just go in that sinkholes that are there. There is not enough space for children to play.
And menetha amanzi athatha isikhathi ukuthi ephele ngoba indawo yakhona is straight ayina drain ayina lutho athatha amanzi ukuthi athatha isikhathi ukuthi amanzi ephele uyohambe konje makuthi kunethe kakhulu liyaphela isonto sihambe emanzi nje.
And if it is raining, it takes time before the water being absorbed to the earth because it seems it's a flat, it's a level area. So we can walk on the water throughout the week. The water's still there.
Who advised you guys to go stay at Denver Informal Settlement after you left the shelter that was given to you guys by the Red Cross?
Njengoba ushilo ukuthi i-Red Cross yayinikezela ama-shelter enanihlala kuwo uma nisuka kuleli bhilidi elalisha. Ubani lo owathi kufanele nisuke niyohlala kule ndawo enihlala kuyo-ke manje eDenver?
Bhuti wami ukuze sisuke emashelter behlukene ngamashelter ahlala sehlukene. Abantu besifazane bebehlala eGP, abanye bakhona. Abanye besele eBhezivali behlala eBhezivali. Abanye abawesilisa behlala eWembley. Kahle kahle ukufika kwethu uqala kwethu kufika sonke safikele eBhezivali base beyasehlukanisa.
From the building, we all came together at Besval. Then they started to separate us. At GP, there were women shelter as well as Besval. So they started just to separate us. There were female and male shelters.
Yeah. Mabe sihlalisa kanjalo thina sahlala 2 days kwenzeka umlilo eBhezivali sahlala 2 days eBhezivali. Basithatha basise GP. Abanye bethu babengathanda uke GP njengami mina ngakhompela ngasangithanda uke GP. Bathi akusindawo yami angeke ngize ngibatshela ukuthi bazosebenza kanjani umuntu wayesithathe sise GP esibhalisa amagama. Ngamtshela ngathi wayekumele ngiye GP ngoba la nginomuntu angisho umuntu amathi akusiyindlini la ngizongitshela lokho. Ngagcina ngomile ukuhamba ngiyohlala eGP eshelter yakhona.
After 2 days, 2 days after the fire broke in, we were taken to this shelter where they told us that they will move us to GP. I was not happy with that because I wanted to stay with my boyfriend. I also mentioned that I'm not interested. I don't want to go to GP, but they said, you are not going to tell us what to do. We are going to take you to GP.
Masifike GP safike sahlala eshelter yakhona abanye besele eBhezivali. Besinokusuka eGP ngoba besivumelekile ukuphuma siyobona laba baseBhezivali. Sahlala isikhathi mhlambe kwaba kwawo September October kwathi ngoNovember eGP banikwa inotice yokuthi indawo isibaphelele isikhathi kwakuvunyelwane ngaso sesiphelile so bacelwa ukuthi bephume. Abanye babengakawutholi uRed Cross lapho.
So after staying at GP for few months, I think for September, October, November, they came and informed, I would assume, they informed those who were taking them out, who were taking care of them, that now your time here has expired, so your contract has expired, so now you have to move here. So that's where some of us were taken out and evicted from GP now to our new accommodation that is informal settlement.
Ukuthi besithole leyo notice leyo vele mina ngayizolo kwakhona ngangikade ngiseBhezivali. Umkhukhu mina ngawuthola kabanye naseBhezivali. Bathi mabefika bezokhipha abantu baseBhezivali. Ngangena ebhasini eyonika abantu umkhukhu. Umkhukhu umuntu wayesinika umkhukhu angazi noma ngalisho negama lakhe.
No.
Okay, umuntu wayesinika umkhukhu wafike nje bathatha laba babebathatha bababopha bathatha laba banakhunjana abangabaZulu babafaka ebhasini bafike banika umkhukhu wabhala phansi ngawuthola kanye nabaseBhezivali umkhukhu kodwa exactly bengihlala eGP.
When the people were evicted at GP, the day before I was at Besval and my name was also registered at Besval. So it was easy. I just moved to Besval. So when the Besval people were moved from Besval to this settlement, I was also allocated my shack at that time. When they come, some were arrested, but the Zulus were assigned the shacks.
Ngitheme ngifaka emkhukhwini ngabuyela eGP la eshethe bethi khona bengabatshela ukuthi ngiphume eSpace Valley kutholwa emkhukhu. Vele sasingena indawo yokuhlala basebesiqalela isikhathi ukuthi siphume nini. Me sahamba ke saya emkhukhwini balinda ngoba mina ngase ngaccommodate. Balinda until baze bafaka emkhukhwini. Ukulinda kwabo ngapha emkhukhwini impahla zabo zayihle phandle eGP.
Immediately after having my own accommodation at Denver, I went back to GP to inform some of my people who were together at Usindiso building that at Besval people are getting some accommodation. So they started that process and waited there up until they were also allocated their shacks at Denver. But still, their belongings were still at GP. Outside, not inside, because they were already evicted. So their belongings were outside at GP.
The person, Tobeka, that was allocating the shacks, as you have already indicated, at Denver Informal Settlement, was he or she a government official?
Lo muntu ke okhuluma ngaye ke phela uyo wayenikeza indawo lapha ya zokuhlala eDenver imikhukhu lena nihlala kuyona. Wayeyisikhulu sikahulumeni?
Ngibe nayisho lapho kodwa ngizothi ngathi usebenza housing neshow ngoba ukuzwa kwami vele usenza housing ngasho ngithi uhamba usebenzela yena uhulumeni.
I will say, I'm not sure, but I will say she comes from housing department. Yes, she comes from housing department, so she is one of the government officials.
And what were the conditions at GP shelter? You also indicated that you were not happy there. What were the conditions there?
Ushilo ukuthi lapha eGP lesikhathi nihlala khona nakhona ongajabule. Zazinjani ke izimo zokuphila lapho? Kwakunjani ukuphila lapho?
Yo, beyibuya ke lapha.
Come again.
Beyibuya ke lapha.
Okay.
Lapha sathi ukuqala kwethu ukufika. Saqale ukufika kwethu oqala saqale sahlala. Ukuhlala kwethu sitheme siphuma ngoba besingazani vele sonke endaweni besifika. Kukhona abantu abahlala khona abanye besifazane. Abanye bebekhona besisawuda behlala kwelinye side kodwa masiyophaka besidivana. Qala kwethu ufika siyophaka. Kwaba nomsindo khona osukayo besitshela ukuthi besithuka nje sisabahlala khona. Sitheme sicomplaina ku social worker wathi hayi uzoyilungisa indaba yethu. Bekunama social worker ngaphakathi. Futhi mekuphinda ku social worker ehleni nabe khuluma nabo. Sasifile ngathi asidingi kahle khona into engayisho ngoba bekuthi mekwenzeka into ibike yenzeka ngisho singakafiki besane kuthiwa ilaba abafikayo.
The situation at GP was horrible, if I can say, because on our arrival there were some ladies who were already occupying that place. And we were different people, different nation or different people, yes. But when it comes to food, we were dishing on the same area. So that's where normally there will be some fights, and when there is something wrong, they will blame us. They will say, these new ones who came here are the ones who caused this and that. So the situation there was not good at all.
Tobek, I'd like to just circle back to the Denver Informal Settlement. The lady that was allocating accommodation, rather the shacks that you are occupying currently, was she aware of the condition of the informal settlement or Denver Informal Settlement? Was she aware of the state of that place?
Manje ke sibuyele kule mkhukhu yase Denver enihlala kuyona. Nanglo wesifazana owayenikeza imikhukhu ukuthi wena uzohlala lapha. Ucabanga ukuthi wayesazi lesi simo esibisinzima osichazile ukuthi sasilapha ya. Wayesazi?
Uke wafika iZulunet. Wathatha ama video wathembisa ukuthi uzolungisa uzofaka something angazi. kodwa nje uye wafika izulu linetha wabona isimo esihlezi kuso samvulela nasendlini samtshengisa wabona ukufika kwakhe wafika wathi emehamba wabuya babuya ngakusasa wayengekho yena ne-gift of the givers basinika iy'pontshi because abanye bethu asikabi nayo imibhedi basalala phansi kumatile kumate yonke into basinika ingubo basinika iy'pontshi lokhu samgcina lapho.
Yes, she once came and it was raining on that day, so she was able to see the plight that we are in. She recorded some videos and took some pictures and promised that she will come back, and the following day another group from the gift of givers came with sponge so to give some of us, because some of us had no even thing to sleep with. We didn't have even beds, so they gave us some sponge. But that was the last time we saw her.
How often did she come?
Uthi weza kangaki?
Ube nokufika nje sisafika. Kodwa since kwa complaina ngemvula sicomplaina ngani mesimbona sicomplaina ngento eningi. Ugcina kwakho ukufika ugcine the daily.
She used to come so often before, but after we started to complain and mentioning what we were going through, our problems there, she is very scarce. She is not coming anymore. The last time, it was the day where it was raining.
Is there any other government official? Did you guys see any other government official, rather, who came to see you after she stopped coming to see you guys at the shelter?
Njengoba yena ke ngasezi ke kunikenzeka nibone ezinye izikhulu zikahulumeni ziza ke lapha ya enihlala khona nizibona ukuthi nazo sivela kuhulumeni?
Hayi cha.
No.
You indicated earlier on that you were emotionally or psychologically affected by the fire. Were you, or did you receive any psychological assistance or counseling from anyone?
Ukhulume ngokuhlukumezeka njengoba uyawasho ukuthi yazi uhlukumezekile emoyeni, lento kuhlukumezile nasengqondweni. Lukhona yini kodwa usizo ke olutholile ngalokho kuhlukumezeka okukhulume ngakho? No.
Is there anything else, Tobeka, that you'd like to share with the Commission that you have not shared in your statement?
Tobeka, istatement sakho sikhona, kodwa ngabe kukhona yini okunye ofuna ukusho mhlawumbe ongazange ukusho ku statement sakho ongathanda ukuthi le commission ikwazi? Yes. There is.
Can you please share?
Uma kukhona sicela ukusho.
Engingafisa ukusho. EDenver emkhukhwini yebo siyanetha. Bakhona abayifisayo imkhukhu. Abayifisayo imkhukhu abahlala phandle bebehlala kuSindiso building. Khona abantu abahlala emkhukhwini lola iduza flatini Usindiso shelter abahlala nga9-10. Khona abangenayo ethi all indawo zokuhlala. Engifisayo ukwazi ngabo ngoba bathi mabefika emashelter abanye babuye ezibhedlela akaze beze be-accommodate ngisho shelter leyo. Bathi befike abanye bakhona bathi befike ezibhedlela baxoshwa kwathiwa ayikho indawo sekugcwele. Yebo indawo ehlala kuyo ayikho safe kodwa ngifisa ukwazi ngalaba abasahle phandle ngoba nabo bangenye ingxenye yethu. And okunye ngithanda ukwazi nokubuza. Lapha ehlala khona emkhukhweni siba yi50, si less than 50 thina sibuyo Usindiso shelter. Kodwa ngokuzwa kwethu indawo singanginayo ingakho ngibuza indawo ayakhelwe abantu abasuka Usindiso shelter. Kanjani kube nabantu abangasuka Usindiso shelter abehlale lapha thina sihlale phandle abanye bethu?
At the moment, my concern is about other victims who were in the building during the fire. Some of those victims were not accommodated up to today. They are not in the shelters. They are not in the informal settlement. They are still on the street. So I'm worried because we're with them. Those are the victims whom we stay together at that building. So my concern is about those people who are victims of the fire, who are still on the street as we speak, who have no accommodation. Yes, the accommodation at the Denver, it's not conducive, it's not good at all, but at least we have accommodation. What about those? So that's my first worry. My second one, when we moved to this accommodation, we were told that this informal settlement at Denver was meant for victims from the Usindiso, but we are less than 50 there. Why? So that's my worry also. I'm concerned about it.
Okugcina ke nje engakusho. Phepheni la housing ebesikusayina mabesifaka kweyamkhukhu. Kubhalwe ID passport. Makubhalwe ID passport, abanye bethu abanama passport abakhona ukubukusana nama passport emlilweni. Abazange baze bafakwa. Abanye bethu bathatha bayoboshwa. Why housing uzobhala ID passport mekuthi ama foreigner avumelekile emkhukhwini? Okugcina lokho.
Lastly, in the documents that were used in order to allocate us with say a housing or accommodation there, in those documents there are places or areas where you should fill in your ID or your passport. But some of those people who were able to save their passport, at least they have their passport. But now, my worry is that if the foreigners are not allowed to be assisted, why in this document there is this space for a passport? Because to me it seems as if this space for passport means that the foreigners should also be assisted. But why are they not assisted?
So at the Denver informal settlement, it's only South Africans that are being accommodated.
Ngokwazi kwakho ke lapha eDenver njoba nihlala lapha abantu abasiziwe bathola indawo abantu laba lapha eNingizimu Afrika kuphela.
Yebo, abantu abasiziwe abala eSouth Africa abanama ID noma abanye bengena kodwa umu South African. Bakhona abahlalayo abangesiyo amaZulu abafika noma bengani zabo nani. Abanye babo bayesaba ukuyakhona basaba amaZulu ngoba bayazi batshelwa ukuthi abavumelekile. Enye into ebhlungu kunosisi abathi uNtomzoda Ncube. Lo yasisi until now akaze ayithola iroom. Unomntwana. Uhlala eBhesivale pregnant. Wahlala eBhesivale pregnant until ezefika emkhukhwini. Mefika emkhukhwini abazange bamnike emkhukhu. Umkhukhu ahlala kuwo akusiwo wakhe. Wanikwa umkhukhu wanikwa omunye umuntu. Asilo umuntu no. Ungahlala emkhukhwini because mina ngiyaphuma ngiyohlala kwenye indawo just ukuthi ungibhekele umkhukhu wami ube nomuntu. Yena okusho ukuthi anytime emebuya lo muntu ezothi ngifuna indlami usengaphuma aphume iphi nomntwana ebe washelwa yindlu emlilweni owaseZimbabwe yena.
Okay, yes, there are Zulus who are staying there, although there are few foreigners, but they are afraid. The reason why they are afraid is because they were told that this settlement was meant for South African only, so they are afraid to come up. And another lady, she mentioned the name of the lady. She was pregnant and she was staying at Besval, still pregnant. And she was not allocated any accommodation at that time until one lady in the settlement decided that please come and use my room, my shack here, because I've got another one. But now that lady, she is not safe. If the owner of that shack can come back anytime and she can be evicted and she may find herself no place to stay again.
Ama foreigner abawaphanga ukuthi bewaphe indawo yabo straight. Iforeigner lilanda umuntwalo abuye nalendlini alawa wesilisa. Awesifazane awekho ngeke ngize ngiqamba manga umancu nomunye usisi bahlala emkhukhwini yabantu bancane sibe bayi2.
So the foreigners really were not assigned, were not allocated any accommodation in that area. You find that the only foreigners who come are the male foreigners because of their girlfriend who will come with them inside the informal settlement that we are in. Otherwise, there are no any female foreigner in the area.
Okay, thank you. Were there any other people who were not affected by the fire or who were not occupying the Usindiso building that were already staying at Denver Informal Settlement when you arrived there?
Manje na umbuzo ukuthi bakhona yini abanye abantu ababengaziphumi abangazange bathintwe umlilo ngamanye amazwi ababengahlali kuleli bhilidi elaqubuka umlilo enihlala kulo enathi uma nifika nabathola sebevele bekhona lapha ya
bakhona kodwa asibatholanga sebekhona abantu bokuqala bafika kuleya mkhukhu kuqala njengene emkhukhwini kwafika baseBhezi Valley emva kwaseBhezi Valley ebebehlala eBhezi Valley Shed emva kwalabo kwangena abantu ababesuka kwelinye ibhilidi ekuthiwa iBoyzini akaze asibaze azehlale nabo just uthi sidibane nabo emkhukhwini makusuka laba baseBoyzini kufela baseBoyzini kwabuyiswa abantu base Remington makufika base Remington kwaphinde kwafika abase Delvas okusho ukuthi ngoba befika bangamafleti amangaki ahlukene amaningi amafleti amathathu ahlukene abasuka Usindiso kanye nathi thina esisuka Usindiso si less than 50 ngoba bengishilo.
Oh yes, there are people, but they didn't come. Actually, they were not there before we came there. The first people who occupied that area were the victims who came from Besval. So later on, another people from another building now, the building that was not affected by a fire, Poison, also moved in to this settlement. Then later on, the people from Remington, also Remington was not affected by the fire. They also moved into this settlement. So now you can see that people who are there, they are now coming from different buildings. As I mentioned earlier on, victims from the Usindiso fire are less than 50.
Chair, again, we do not mean to be unsympathetic, but my learned colleague would know we're not talking to events subsequent to the fire. The terms of reference relate to only issues that are common to the cause of the fire. We've tried to exercise some little patience, but I mean, if they can conduct the examination mindful of that limitation.
Yes, Ms. Sibanyoni.
You indicated that you don't know what caused the fire.
Yes.
In that regard, I do not have any further questions for you, Tobeka.
Thank you, Ms. Sibanyoni.
Thank you. May the evidence...
No, wait, Ms. Sibanyoni. Advocate Siminya.
Membiela, we express our heartfelt sympathies for the painful experience you told us about.
Nkosazana Biyela, sizwakalisa ukudabuka okukhulu okusuka enhlizweni ngalobu buhlungu enabhekana nabo.
And your loss as well.
Kanye nokulahlekelwa futhi okwanehlela.
Chair, we have no further questions for the witness.
Thank you. I note that there is no legal representatives from MNS. Ms. Mgomezulu, do you have any questions to put to this witness?
Morning, Chair and Commissioner. Morning, Ms. Biela. We have no question, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Banyoni. Yes.
Madam Chair, I also don't have any further questions. May this be admitted into evidence as Exhibit NRF 43.
4-3.
That is
It
correct.
is so admitted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Biela, we thank you for having come to give evidence before this commission.
Nkosazana Biyela, siyabonga ngokuthi uzokwethula ubufakazi phambi kwale commission.
You may step down as a witness, ma'am.
Usunga.
Would this be a convenient statement to take the tea agenda?
Yes, we'll adjourn for tea until 12. Ms. Sibanyoni? Yes, ma'am.
May I please be permitted to call the second witness, who is Andile Mzimele?
Yes, you may proceed. Advocate Minya.
Please give us your full names, Ma'am Zimela.
Sicela ukusitshela amagama akho onke.
Andile Nonhle Mzimela.
Andile Nonhle Mzimela.
Any objection in taking the oath?
Unayo inkinga yokuthi wenze isifungo?
Cha.
No objection.
Do you swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, nothing else but the truth? If you do, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
Uyafunga yini ukuthi ubufakazi ozobethula lapha uzoba iqiniso, iqiniso lodwa. Uma ukufungela lokho, sicela uphakamise isandla sakho sangokwesokudla bese uthi inkosi ngisize.
Nkosi ngisize.
The witness is sworn in.
Thank you, Advocate Minya. Ms. Sibanyoni?
Madam Chair, the same sequence that was followed with the first witness will be followed or used with this
Yes.
second witness. Good morning, Andile Mzimela.
Sawubona Andile Mzimela.
Yeah.
Can you please tell the Commission where you are from and what you are currently doing for a living?
Sicela utshele lenkantolo ukuthi udabuka kuphi nokuthi yini oyenzayo manje ukuze uziphilise.
Udabuka KwaZulu Natal eFrayet okwamanje angenzi lutho.
I come from KwaZulu Natal at Fryet. At the moment, I'm not doing anything.
Do you understand why you are here today?
Uyaqonda yini ukuthi kungani ulapha namhlanje?
Yeah.
Yes.
On the 31st of August 2023, where were you staying?
Excuse me, ma'am. Can you repeat that again, please?
On the 31st of August 2023, where were you staying?
Ngomhla ka 31 August 2023 wawuhlala kuphi?
Usindiso.
Usindiso.
When did you start occupying the Usindiso building?
Wawuqale nini ukuhlala khona kuleli bhilidi laso Usindiso?
Usindiso building qale ukufika khona 2020 ngokuvakasha kodwa ukuhlala kwami ngihlala 2023.
My first time, it was around 2020, but at that time I was just visiting. Then my full-time occupancy was on 2023.
How did you end up staying at Usindiso building?
Kwenzeke kanjani ukuthi ugcine sewuhlala kuleli bhilidi laso Usindiso?
Usindiso building ngihlale ngizobona umuntu ebengizwana naye kanye nosisi wami.
I came to Usindiso building to be with my boyfriend and my sister.
While you were occupying Usindiso building, were you paying rental?
Ngesikhathi uhlala ke lapha ya kuleli bhilidi, ubuyikhokha imali ye rent?
Ibibhadalwa but bengabhadalwa yimina.
There was someone who was paying the rent, but it was not me.
Who was paying the rent?
Ubani lona owayekhokhela rent?
Umuntu wami.
My boyfriend.
Who was your partner paying the rent to?
Wayekhokha kubani?
Bekubhadala komunye ubhuti olixhoshi.
He used to pay the rent to some gentleman who is a Xhosa.
Do you know how much was the rent?
Uyazi ukuthi kwakuyimalini?
Yebo ngiyazi.
Yes, I do.
How much was the rent?
Kwakuyimalini?
1.5.
It was 1.5.
Can you tell the Commission what that rental amount covered?
Chazela le commission ke ukuthi le mali engu 1,500 kwakuyikhokhelwa ini yayihlanganisana into ezikhokhelayo.
Imali ebibhadalelwa ukuthi indlu bekuhlala kuyona bekungayona yethu. Bengayalo bhuti lo bekubhadalwa kuyena irent. And nanogesi ke uma kunenkinga kagesi bekureportelwa yena.
The accommodation or the room was not belong to us, it was for this gentleman. So now we were paying for that, and also if we had some problems with electricity, we will report to him.
How many people were occupying the room with you, Andile?
Babe bangaki andi labantu enanihlala nabo kuleli gumbi leni noma ikamelo leni?
Besihlala siba u5.
We were 5 who were staying in that room.
Can you list the people that you were staying with in the room?
Ungababala labo bantu enanihlala nabo?
Yebo.
Yes.
Beku Hassan Ramadan, ku Isa Abduli, kube uThando, kube uwanele Sithole, bese kuba yimina. Kanye nengane ka Thando. 6 shoots ngayo.
It was Hassan Ramadan, Isa Abdul, Tando, Wanele Stole, and the child, and Tando's child, as well as I.
And how old was Tando's child, or how old is Tando's child?
Ingane kaThando lena oyisho yena nihlala nayo yayineminyaka emingaki?
Angisakhumbuli, but manje una 18 months.
I don't remember, but as we speak now,
Ntombazana.
she is 18 months.
And what floor were you on?
Nanihlala kusiphi ke istairs kuleli building?
Ground floor.
Ground floor.
Okay. Can you please describe to the Commission the condition of the Usindiso building when you first moved into it?
Sicela nje uchazele iCommission ukuthi ngesikhathi uthuthela uyofika ukuyoqala ukuhlala kule libility sasinjani nje isimo ngaphakathi.
Qala kwami ukuhlala Usindiso, beku right khona. Ku clean. Ehambeni kwesikhathi kodwa kube noshintsho ebelukhona. Ufika nje 2023 bese kushintshile impela.
At first, the building was okay, it was clean. But when I returned on 2023 to reside there full-time, things were already changed.
Andile, what kind of changes did you observe?
Yini ke manje oyibonile ukuthi yayisishintshile kunakuqala?
Inhlanzeko ibingekho. Nabantu bebekhala ngobugebengu obebukhona.
Sanitation, and people were complaining about the crime that was prevalent.
Was there any electricity that was provided?
Nani uhlinzekwa yini ugesi?
Yini ukuhlinzeka?
Nanikezwa ugesi, ukhona ugesi nani uthola nani ugesi?
Ugesi ubukhona kodwa bekuyizinyoka.
We had electricity, but it was connected illegally, what we normally called izinyoka-nyoka.
Can you elaborate on that for the Commission? Do you by any chance know who was behind the illegal connection?
Awuchazele le commission mhlambe njengoba usho ukuthi wawuxhunywe ngokungemthetho, uyazi ukuthi kwakwenzeke kanjani noma ubani loyo wayekwenzile?
Angingazi ukuthi kwenzeka kanjani nokuthi kwenziwa ubani kodwa bekuyizinyoka-nyoka.
I don't have any idea how we end up having the electricity, but what I know, it was illegal connection, izinyoka-nyoka.
Was there any water supply in the building for the residents?
Amanzi ayeba khona yini ngaphakathi ebuilding?
Yebo, amanzi ebekhona, kodwa ila ebephuma epipini elibomvu.
Yes, we had water, but it was not the normal one that we have, but the one that we had, they were coming from the red pipe.
Was the water coming from the red pipe clean?
Nje lamanzi othi ayephuma kuleli pipe elibomvu ayephuma ehlanzekile.
Behlanzekile wona yize begudisana kodwa ebehlanzekile.
Abegulisana.
Ubuthi mawaphuzile phathe nayisiso.
Yes, the water was clean, although sometimes they cause some to feel sick, having some stomach issues, but it was clean.
Was this issue communicated with either the gentleman that you referred to earlier on or any other official, government official that is?
Lendaba ke oyishoyo yalesimo enanibhekene naso ingabe yake yabikwa yini mhlawumbe yabikwa kulo owayenaniqoqa wayeqoqa imali azolanda irent noma kwesinye nje isikhulu sikahulumeni ukuba abazi ngakho ukuthi sinjani simo?
Ngaze ngibone ku-report.
No, never seen this issue being reported.
Was there any rental agreement between yourself and the gentleman that you referred to that was reduced in writing?
Sikhona yini isivumelwano njengoba wawuhlala laphaya enasi esasenziwe mhlawumbe phakathi kwakho noma kwenu laphaya kanye nalensizwa eyayiza izoqoqa imali kodwa isivumelwano esibhaliwe?
Cha, asikho.
No.
In the building, Andile, was there a waste management system that was used?
Kuleli bhilidi Andile yayikhona yini indlela eyayisetshenziswa yokukhuculula udoti ukungcola kwakulandelwa yiphi indlela uma yayikhona yokuqoqa udoti?
Ibikhona indlela yokuqoqa udoti ngoba bewuqoqa uthi uma usukhona udoti bekunobhini obungaphandle phandle olahlwa khona kufika imoto ithatha udoti.
There was waste management because we will collect the waste inside and outside there was a bin where we normally dispose of the waste there. Then later on the truck will come and pick up the waste.
You indicated earlier on that there were a lot of criminal activities that were taking place within the building. Was there any security provided for the occupants of Usindiso building while you were staying there?
Ukhulumile ngokuthi kuleya ndawo enanihlala kuyo yayi nobugebengu. Zikhona yini ezokuphepha ezazibekiwe ukuze zinike zilethe nje ukuvikeleka noma ukuphepha ngaphakathi ebhilidini ngesikhathi wena uhlala lapha?
Cha, bekungekho security building.
No, there was no any security in the building.
Can you give an estimation of how many people were occupying the building when you were also a resident there?
Ungakwazi ukusihlawumbisela ukuthi ngesikhathi uhlala lapha babe bangaka abantu ababehlala kuleli bhilidi lilonke?
Angazi kodwa besibaningi. Maybe besifika ku 200, maybe besindlula. Angazi kodwa besibaningi khona.
I don't know, but what I remember there were many people who were living in that building. I'm not sure if we reached 200 or more, but what I'm sure about is that we were so many people there.
From your observation, Andile, were the apartments enough to occupy the number of people that were occupying Usindiso building, from your observation?
Ngokubuka kwakho ke Andile uma ubheka njobe usho ukuthi abantu babe baningi ucabanga ukuthi lamakamelo ayekhona ayanele yini ukumumatha umthamo wabantu abakuleli yabhilidi?
Ngisho kanjalo ngoba amanye ama-room ebemakhulu ahlukaniswe phakathi. Thola ukuthi eyodwa room mhlambe ihlukaniswe kawu4 bayakhona abantu ukuhlala.
I would say yes, there were enough rooms, because some of the rooms were partitioned only to find that it's divided into 4. So other people are staying on this side and that side, so there were enough rooms.
Were all the residents occupying Usindiso building paying rental towards the gentleman that you referred to earlier on?
Ingabe bonke abantu ababehlala kuleli ability babekhokhela kuyo yona lensizwa noma lomlisa othi nani khokhela kuye, ingabe bonke abantu babekhokhela yena?
Angingazi.
No, I don't know.
Earlier on, you indicated to the Commission that there were criminal activities taking place. Can you please further elaborate on that?
Uke wakhuluma ukuthi bekunobugebengu, ake uthi kwenaba kubo ukuthi yini ongayisho ngabo ubugebengu babenzeka?
Ubugebengu bebusebuilding inkunzi kuthi hamba passagini ubuthola usukhonjwe nangomesi kuthiwa khipha ifoni abanye bekufuna imali.
The most robbery that was in the building, I would say, the criminal activity, I would say is robbery. Even if you walk in the corridors, you will meet people who will rob you, your phone or your money, pointing you with a knife.
Without mentioning any names, can you indicate to the Commission who were the people that were committing these acts of crime? Was it people?
Surely cannot be a question to be asked of this witness. How would she know who was committing crime?
May I please be permitted to rephrase my question?
Yes, you may.
Madam Commissioner. Were the people that were committing these acts of crime, is it people that were staying at Usindiso building? Was it the residents that were committing these acts of crime?
Abantu ababenza lobu bugebengu njengoba usho ukuthi bebe ukhona, ingabe bebe izakhamuzi noma behlala kulo ibilidi leli nanihlala kulo?
Yebo, abanye bebehlala khona ebuilding, abanye bengahlali khona bengene bebalekele khona ebuilding.
Yes, some were the occupants of the same building, but some not, but they will just run after committing a criminal activity to inside the building.
Were they reported to anyone?
Bake babikwa ke kwabikwa ngabo kunoma ubani?
Angingazi.
No, I don't know.
Without mentioning any names again, were the residents of Usindiso building approached by anyone from the city of Johannesburg to address the issues of security, of sanitation, electricity? You indicated earlier on that there was illegal connection.
Ngaphandle kokudalula amagama ke abantu babiza ngamagama, kodwa kukhona inokwaziyo mhlawumbe ukuthi sikhona isikhulu isedolobha somkhandlo waseGoli esake seza sazothi ukuxoxa ngalezi inkinga enanibhekene nazo, ushilo ukuthi amanzi, ugesi owawuxhunywe ngokungemthetho kanye nesimo nje senhlanzeko. Ukhona oyisikhulu sedolobha wake weza wazoxoxa nani ngakho?
Cha, abe ngiqamba amanga ngikaze ngimbone.
No, I'll be lying. I've never seen anyone.
Okay. Andile, can you please describe to the Commission what happened on the night in question on the 31st of August 2023?
Sicela Andile ukuchazele le commission ke ukuthi kwenzekani ngalobu busuku okwaqubuka ngabo umlilo bangomhla ka 31 August 2023.
Usuku lomlilo bese ngihlala 3rd floor. Ngihlala 3rd floor cishe benginamaviki amabili noma amathathu indle bengihlala kuyona ngiyithengile.
On the night of the fire, I was now staying in the 3rd floor, and it was just few weeks, 2 or 3 after I bought that room.
Mangaphosisi ngosuku lomlilo kwaku 9 or 10 ebusuku. Ngahamba ngayolala. Maybe la ngo-1 kwaku-1 1:1 sezwa ngomsindo kukhona abamemezayo bethi kuyasha.
On that day, if I remember correctly, I went to bed around about 9 to 10, and in the midnight, we heard some noise coming, and there were people who were shouting out, saying, "The building is on fire, there is fire, fire."
Ngithema ngizwa lawo ma-voice ngavusa umuntu engangilele naye ngamtshela ukuthi kuyasha. Okay, sithema sivuka kwakumnyama vele endlini namafoni ayicimile. Sithema sivuka sathi masicinga ukhiye sangawuthola. Baze wa decide ukuthi because indlebe sihlala kuyona e-third floor bekungamabhodi. Decide ukushaya ibhodi la ngasemnyango kwavuleka sakhona ukuphuma. Masithi siyaphuma kunespunki esesigcwele passage.
After hearing that noise and the people who were calling out that there is fire, fire, I woke up the person whom I was with at that time, and since it was dark and our phone were switched off, so we tried to locate the door, but it was dark. But since our room was made of boards, so my partner tried to break in that board so that we can be able to go outside.
Sithe masiphuma ngaphandle baye passagini kwakugcwele. Ukugcwala kwakhona kunabantu ababeqhamuka ngapha ngakuyi main gate bebaleka beza kuleli gate ebelingasetshenziswa.
While on the corridor, it was packed. There were people who were coming from the other side of the gate, of the entrance, and they were running towards the gate that we normally don't use it.
The makufika ngalapho kwagcwala egatini kwaba ne Tanzania ebehlala nawo e3 elacela ukey ku Sisinokwazi.
And upon arrival there, right at the gate, it was packed also, and there is these Tanzanians who asked for a key to a lady called Nolwazi.
Sisinokwazi walinika ukey thema yethi uvula umnyango ilo ibhadla thema ivula kwaphukeka ukey phakathi. Thema kuphuka ukey baboleka isando basiboleka komunye ubhuti abathi uMaskewuzo.
And after this gentleman, a Tanzanian gentleman, got the key from a lady called Nogwazi, he went to try and open the butler, but he couldn't because the key just broke inside. I think the pedal lock inside there, so they couldn't able to open the gate. Then they went to borrow some hammer, then they tried to break in that pedal lock.
Satholakala isando kwaba yiwo futhi amaThanzana avula ibhadla ukuze sikhone ukuphuma. Sema siphuma indlela saphuma ngayo sasibaningi sigcwele intuthu sehla ngezitebhisi. Ngithe ngingaqedi itebhisi ngashaba isiyezi ngawela phansi. Lo ebengihlala naye endlini vele wayesephansi.
The Tanzanians were able eventually to break and open the gate, and we were full there, but we were able to go out. While trying to go down, I felt very dizzy and I fell down at that moment, and the person, my partner, was already outside down there.
Kusukuma kwami ngehla ngitebhisi ngithe mase ngizofika e-basement ngezwa izwi likaThando engimemeza andile ngasabela thema ngisabela wanyuka wazongibamba kwehla kwami noThando ngaya phansi wazama ungifunela ubisi but akazaluthole amashophu ayesevaliwe. Ukuyibona kwami ngiphansi ngangingaqokile ngangifake iphenti kuphela.
When I woke up on that stairs, I tried to go down. When I was about to reach the ground level, I heard someone who was calling me, Andile, Andile, and realized that it was Tobega. She came to me and held my hand, and she tried to find a milk because I had already inhaled the smoke at that time, but she couldn't find the milk at that time. That's where I woke up and realized that I'm naked. The only thing that I was wearing, it was my panty. So
sengiphansi ngathi ukuhlala kancane bangifunela into yokubhinca ngabhinca ngasuka esayidini lasemaXhoseni ngoba ngasukuma ngamshiya. Mangisukuma ngithi ngiyanyuka ama-firefighter ayengakafiki ngithi ngiyanyuka ngaya phezulu. Mangifika phezulu kwaba nama-firefighter awu-2 engakafika ama-firefighter ngabona abantu ababegxuma beqhamuka phezulu, ingane ezincane ezayilele emgwaqweni seyishonile ngoba I think ama-firefighter laphele awa engenzi lutho emile.
After I woke up there, they tried to find me some blanket to cover my body. Then I tried to went up, and on my way, I saw people jumping from the building, jumping outside, and at that moment, there were no firefighters, and I saw some people were lying down, even young children. Some were already passed away. I think it took more than an hour before the firefighters started to extinguish fire.
Ama-firefighter esekhona load truck yayingenamanzi. Eyesibili yayinawo kodwa ayengekho enough ukuthi angacima lo yamlilo loya. Bayikhombisa indawo, kunendawo la ngestrata seDelvas. Bayitshe kwathiwa mabafule khona beconnect amanzi ukuze bezokhona ukucima ibhilidi.
At that time, there were 2 trucks. One was empty, came without water. The other truck had half tank of the water. And the people tried to assist the firefighters by showing them the fire hydrants that it's not far away so that they can be able to draw some water from it. And because the water that they had, it was not enough to extinguish the fire.
Bazama ukucima umlilo yize wawungacimi. Engingakusho nje ngathi kwabahlula ukwenza umsebenzi wabo. Abantu abazi basiza iyo itruck yesibili abakhona ungena futhi ngaphakathi baphume nezidumbu ezaziphakathi. Abanye babephila, abanye babengasaphili. Uthi mawuthi uyabheka ubona ingane ezincane eno2 months, ubona ingane eno2 years zilele phansi, ezinye ziyatatanyiswa.
They tried to extinguish the fire, but what I can say, they failed on their work. They couldn't be able to extinguish that fire. It became much better when another truck came in, and that truck, the firefighters were able to go through inside the building and to take out the people who were inside the building. But unfortunately, I saw some people who were already dead. Children were lying down. It was so painful to see that scene.
Uthe secishiwe umlilo nezidumbu ezayigcwele phansi. Kwafika umongameli wezwe uRamaphosa. Sema ifika uRamaphosa akaze asondele eduze kwethu. Already very dumbuze engasekho, abanye babe phansi, ababelimele. Utsema ifika kasondelanga eduze kwethu. Wama ekudeni wakhuluma akukhulumayo. Emva kalokho wahamba.
After that, since the deceased were lying down there, even the children, later on, Mr. President came, but he didn't come close to us. He was just standing far away, and he said his words, but not to us as the victims. Then after saying his words, then he left.
Thank you, Andile. Is there anyone from the government official who came to talk to you guys and assist you guys and just basically find out if there's anything that you need as the
Just
residents?
speak a little bit louder, Ms. Sibanyoni, so that we can hear you.
My
I
apologies.
can't hear you from where I am.
My apologies, Madam Chair. Andile, were there any other government officials that came to see the residents, to speak to the residents, to try and provide assistance subsequent to the fire?
Ukhona ke yini omunye ke mhlawumbe ovela kuhulumeni oweza ke wazokhuluma nani wazofuna ukuthola ukuthi ningalikezwa kanjani usizo?
Akekho owaqhamukayo ngaphandle kwakhe uRamaphosa.
No one came except Mr. Ramaphosa.
After the fire, Andile, where were the residents taken to? Which other accommodation was provided rather to the residents?
Nawu ke umlilo sewuqubukile, izisulu ezaziphisinde kulomlilo zathathwa zashoniswa kuphi, zayiswa kuyiphi indawo yokuhlala?
Ukuthathwa kwethu sathathwa emva kokuba uRamaphosa asithembisa ukuthi emva kwa 72 hours kunefleti azosinikeza lona. Kodwa kwamanje singabe sohlala eshelter. Thatha kwethu kwehlala eshelter sasiwa eHoffland Park eBesford.
After the fire, we heard the Mr. Ramaphosa. He promised us as the victims that within 72 hours, we will be provided with a flat that we can use, and that flat will accommodate us. But from there, we were moved to Besval. So that's the place where we were taken to Besval.
Andile, the residents that sustained injuries, were they provided with medical attention? Were you provided with medical attention?
Kulaba bantu ke ababelimele ababehlala kulesi sakhiwo ingabe bakuthola yini ukunakekelwa kwezempilo? Wena nje ingabe wakuthola ukunakekelwa kwezempilo?
Cha, angaze ngikuthole. Ngaze ngayisindela nje angaze ngikuthole.
No, I didn't get any assistance. I recovered up to now. I've just recovered myself, so I didn't get any medical assistance.
Have you fully recovered, Andile?
Ungasho ukuthi ke manje sowululeme ngokuphelele njengoba uthi wazululamela?
Ngasho kanjalo ngithi sengiluleme ngokuphelele.
Yes, I can say now I am fully recovered.
The people that you referred to earlier on that you were staying with, did they sustain any injuries?
Abantu okhulume ngabo othi wawuhlala nabo, ingabe kukhona ukulimala abakuthola?
Akukho ukulimala abakuthola ngaphandle komntwana owahishwa intuthu namanje usahlala khwehlela.
No physical injury happened to them except to a child who inhaled a smoke on that particular day. Even today, she always coughs.
Andile, can you tell the Commission how the fire has affected your life?
Andile awuchazelele commission ukuthi umlilo nje qubuka kwawo kuthinte kanjani ukuphila kwakho?
Oh, umlilo imoshile kakhulu impilo yami. Ngiqamba manga. Imoshile impilo yami. Nebengikhona ukwenza akusenzeki manje. Ngoba sengiqhelile nedolobha. Izinto eziningi zenzakala edolobheni.
The fire, I will say the fire damaged my life because even things that I used and I was able to do them, but now I can't because I'm far away from the city. Many things that we are able to do, you can do them if you are in the city.
Can you indicate to the Commission what items were lost in the fire?
Ungakutshela indlela ikhomishani ukuthi iziphi izinto ezakulahlekela emlilweni?
Lahlele emlilweni okuzimpahla, ifoni, ngingakukhalela futhi lokho kakhulu. Into engayikhalela nje impilo zabantu ezahambayo laba ebesesibazi ebesesiphila nabo.
I lost my clothes, even my phone, but really I cannot cry much about those things. The most important thing that were lost are the lives of people whom we stayed together in the building. So that's the most important thing.
Have you or any of the residents received any psychological assistance or counseling since the fire?
Kusukela ke kwaqubuka lomlilo, ingabe wena noma abanye abantu nje nanihlala nabo nike nakuthola yini ukwelulekwa ngokomqondo ngemva kwalesi sigameko somlilo? No.
Have you received any assistance from the city of Johannesburg or any other government official?
Lukhona yini usizo enike nalithola luvela ezikhulwini zomkhandlu wedolobha noma mhlambe kwezinye nje izikhulu zikahulumeni?
Yebo khona.
Yes, there is.
Can you elaborate on that, Andile?
Awuthi ukuchaza ukuthi iluphi lolo sizo?
Red Cross wasixhasa ngemali. Kwangama 4,000 rand saswashera thathe 2,000 kube i-gift of the givers sipha ingubo impahla kanye nokudla kube hashraf wasipha ukudla kuzoba uMr Andy Mr Nigeria bebesinokufika besipha ukudla besizwe nala ishoda khona njenga since kuze kufere usona namhlanje uMr Andy la isikhona ukhona usisekile.
Yes, there are some organizations that donated and provided assistance to us. I'm thinking about Red Cross. Red Cross gave us 4,000 where we were expected to share that 2,000, each one take 2,000. It was 4,000, I mean. So each one will take 2,000. As well as the gift of the givers also donated food, clothing, and as well as other stuff that we need. We also have Hashaf Raf also donated some things to support us, and Mr. End. Mr. End is still with us now. Wherever we are, Mr. End is with us just to support us and give assistance.
Andile, can you tell the Commission where you ended up staying after the fire? Where were you and the other residents moved to?
Can you repeat me if you may?
Can you tell the Commission where you and the other residents ended up staying after the fire, subsequent to the fire?
Thank you. Ungakwazi yini ukuchazela leli commission ke manje ukuthi ngemva komlilo nagcina senihlala kuphi ke ngemva kokuba kuqubuke lo mlilo owadla indawo enanihlala kuyo ngaphambili?
Kuthe makusha umlilo sathatha sasiwa eHofland Park. Thema sifika eHofland. Hofland ihlale u2 days. basisusa eHofland basisa EMS impilo eGP. Safike sahlala khona bekuhlala abantu besifazane phela. Bathe mabesisusa eHofland kwathiwa eGP kufunakala abantu besifazane abangena ingane. Basithatha basisa khona kwathiwa kuhlala abantu besifazane kuphela. Sithe masifike eGP asificanga njengoba bekushiwo. Sifice bekhona abantu besifazane kukhona abantu besilisa. Sahlala khona eGP until saze sasuswa sasiwa eDenver.
After the fire, we were moved to Hofland Park. I think we stayed there for 2 days. After that, we were moved to EMS Impilo, that is in GP. When they were moving us there, they told us that at GP there are only women and children in that shelter, but only to find that upon our arrival, the situation was not like that. There were also males on that flat, so the situation was not the same as we were told. Then we were moved from GP to Denver in formal settlement.
And Andile, what were the conditions in these accommodations that were provided to the residents?
Ungathi zazinjani izimo kulezi zindawo nje odlule kuzo okwakunikezwe zona ukuthi nihlale kuzona?
eBest Valley beku right. Ize ngahlala ngesikhathi eside. eGP bekunzima kakhulu. eGP bekunzima besincikiselwa eGP sincikiselwa ngokudla sincikiselwe ngamanzi besigeza ngawo sincikiselwe nangogesi. Umphathi wakhona kunegama athi mayisitshela lona la ngasiphatha kahle. Asitshela ukuthi thina ngoba silapha ya yini kambe nganom DSD noma yini angisazi. Wathi akasazi. Wathi thina asidonatelwa sifika nganakudla sithi masiyophaka kube nezinkulumo beziba khona. Bantu sabafeca khona bebesibiza ngamavandali besibiza ngamaphara. Sibike social work lithi social work lizokhuluma nabo. Uthi mawuthi uyabheka hambeni kwesikhathi fice lona social work lihleli nabo bayahleka bayaxoxa kumnandi naye umphathi wakhona. Ngokubuka kwethu shuthi thina sasingafunakali kulela.
The first place where we moved in at Besval, things were fine, but things were very hard and horrible at GP, because even if we use water, electricity, or anything, they will complain about that, anything. So the situation at GP was very, very hard. Even the owner of the building will normally tell us that we don't have any donation. Even if you go to Dish, they will say some words that were very bad to us, that were hurting to us, so it was hard. The occupants also were calling us by name, saying we are vandalism, we are paras, all the names that were used to us. They said we should complain to a social worker, of which we did. We went to a social worker and complained about the conditions, but only to find that later on we see that particular social worker laughing with the owner. So to us, we saw ourselves as an outcast there. We were not wanted in that building.
And are you comfortable sharing with the Commission where you are currently living? And are you comfortable speaking on the conditions?
Ms. Sibanyoni, I thought you were alive to the objections that were raised by Advocate Siminya. Our terms of reference allow us to investigate circumstances surrounding the fire. So you've got to be alive to that.
Madam Chair, can I retract my question?
Yes.
Andile, are you able to comment on the cause of the fire?
Andile ungakwazi ukukhuluma mhlawumbe uphawule ngembangela yomlilo?
Angazi ukuthi umlilo waqala kanjani.
I don't know how did the fire start.
Are you able to tell the commission if it started in the first floor or the third floor?
Ungakwazi mhlawumbe ke ukutshela le commission ukuthi kungenzeka mhlawumbe waqala esitezi sokuqala noma sesibili?
Ngokuzwa kwami kuzwa abantu bekhuluma kuthiwa umlilo waqala e-ground floor. Kodwa anginayisho ngoba ngibonanga ngaphuma nje sekuvuthi iflat lonke.
When hearing others people's version, they say the fire started on the first floor, but I didn't see that. The only time when I saw the fire, it was already on the building, so I don't know.
At this juncture, Andile, are you communicating with any government official or any personnel from the city of Johannesburg?
Njengamanje kukhona yini mhlawumbe oxhumana nabo mhlawumbe izikhulu ezithile ngalento, niyaxhumana yini mhlawumbe nezikhulu mhlawumbe zomkhandlu edolobha laseGoli? No.
Andile, is there anything else you would like to share with the commission that has not yet been addressed?
Ikhona yini ke manje Andile enye indaba ocabanga ukuthi ungathanda ukuyibeka ezithebeni zale commission okungazange mhlawumbe ithintwe?
Ayikho ngaphandle kwale ndawo engihlala kuyo njengamanje.
Nothing except regarding the accommodation that I'm in as we speak.
Madam Chair, I have no further questions for the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Banyoni.
Thank you.
Advocate Siminya.
May I please find solace regarding the painful experience you have told the commission about?
Sicela ududuzeke ngokuphathelene nobuhlungu owabhekana nabo oye wabethulela le commission.
The loss of lives of people you knew and lived with at the time?
Ukulahlekelwa abantu obathandayo obubazi kubuhlungu.
But we have no further questions to you, ma'am.
Kodwa ukho omunye umbuzo esinawo.
Yabo.
Thank you, Advocate Siminya. Mr. Mgomezulu.
Yes, Chairperson and Commissioner, no question from us. Thank you.
Ms. Banyoni.
Madam Chair, may this statement or this evidence be admitted into evidence as Exhibit NRF 44.
4-4.
That is correct,
So it
Madam
is
Chair.
admitted. Ms. Mzimela, we thank you for having come to give evidence before this commission. It is greatly appreciated.
Kusizana Mzimela siyabonga kakhulu ngokuthi uzokwethula ubufakazi kuleli commission lokho kwaziswa kakhulu.
Yabo.
You may step down as a witness, ma'am. Ms. Banyoni.
Madam Chair, may I please be permitted to call Andiswa Ndlepu, the third witness.
Chair, we're only 10 minutes to lunch. Maybe we shouldn't break the evidence of the witness in between.
Yes. Will this be an appropriate time to adjourn for lunch?
I propose so, Chair.
Yes. We'll adjourn for lunch and reconvene at 10 to 2. Ms. Sibanyoni?
Thank you, Madam Chair. May I please be permitted to call the third witness?
Yes,
This is Andeswa Ndlepo.
yes. Advocate Siminya?
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Klepu, please give us your full names.
Besicela usiphi amagama akho onke Nkosazana Ndlepu.
Andiswa Dliphu.
Andiswa Dliphu.
Any objection in taking the oath?
Khona mhlawumbe into ekuthintelayo ba ungafundi?
No.
No.
Do you swear the evidence you're about to give us will be the truth,
Ngapha.
only the truth? And if you do, please raise your right hand and say, so help me God.
Ngabe uyafunga ukuba ubungqino ozabunikela apha buzaba inyani futhi bube inyani yodwa. Uba kunjalo sicela uphakamise isandla sakho sasekunene uthi Nkosi nincede nithethe inyaniso.
Nkosi nincede nithethe inyaniso.
The witness is sworn in.
Thank you, Advocate Siminya. Ms. Sibanyoni?
Good afternoon, Andeswa.
Molo Andiswa.
Andeswa, can you please tell the Commission where you are from and what you are doing for a living?
Sicela uwazise le commission Andiswa uba usuka phi kwaye wenza ntoni ukuziphilisa.
Okay, ngokusuka ngisuka e-Eastern Cape eMount Frey. Okwangoku andenzini.
All right. I'm coming from Eastern Cape in Mount Frey. For the moment, I'm unemployed.
Andeswa, do you understand why you are here today?
Andiswa uyayazi uba kutheni ulapha?
Yebo.
Yes.
Okay. Andeswa, at paragraph 6 of your statement, you indicated that you arrived at Usindiso building in 2015. Can you tell the Commission how you ended up living there?
Kusiqendu sesithandathu kubungqina bakho uthe ufike ngo2016 pha eUsindiso.
Yes.
Ungachazela le commission uba kwenzeke njani uba uyohlala pha?
Okay, bendisebenza ecaweni eyayibizwa ngokuthi Methodist Church so sayekiswa ukusebenza lapha so njana sasisebenza pha sasihlala kwakhona pha. Then mabevala bechintsha ubishop lo wayesiqashile then nathi ke besisabe siphelelwa ngumsebenzi kanjalo nendawo ukuhlala.
I was working in a Methodist church and then but our work ended in Methodist church because they were changing the bishop and then I didn't have any place to stay because I was staying there.
So ke ngoku ke ngapho ke abangixelela ba cause ndandinomntana omncane sasingenandawo ehlala ndinomntana omncinci bangixelela ba ikhona indawo eyabantu abesifazane abanabantwana ekuthiwa Usindiso mandihambe ndiyozama khona mhlawumbe ngizayifumana indawo.
Okay, and then the people there in the church, they told me that since I don't have a place to stay and I'm a woman with a child, there is a place for women and children in Usindiso building. That's how I ended up there.
Andeswa, you further indicated at paragraph 6 of your witness statement that the building was a shelter. Was the shelter intended for only children and women?
Kuyisiqendu 6 salengxelo yakho yobungqina uthe sisandiswa esakhiwo besilikhusi kodwa ngaba le ndawo yekhusi ibiyindawo yamabhinqa kunye nabantwana kuphela.
Ewe.
Yes.
When you moved into the shelter, Andiswa, what was the state of the building?
Xa ubuyohlala kweli khusi ibinjani imeko yokuhlala pha?
Ibinhle kakhulu.
It was great.
Can you elaborate further?
Ungacacisa uba mhlambi thembi ibintle.
Ibinhle ubunikwa i-room yakho e-clean, inamanzi, kunamashawa atshisayo, kunogesi futhi.
It was great because you were given your clean room. There is water, there is electricity, there is also a geyser for warm water.
Can you estimate to the Commission how many women and children were staying there when it was still a shelter strictly for women and children?
Ungayicacisela le commission uba beniba ngaphi njengamabhinqa ngoxa sakhiwo besiseleli khusi ke lamabhinqa nabantwana.
I think besingafikanga ku-50 xa ngicinga.
We were less than 50, if I'm not mistaken.
And were all the apartments in that building occupied, or were there other apartments that were empty?
Zikhona ezinye amanye amagumbi esisakhiwo ebengenabantu okanye benigcwele kuwo onke amagumbi.
Bemanintsi amagumbi ebengahlali bantu.
There were many rooms unoccupied.
Okay, Andiswa, how did the building change from being a shelter for women and children to being a place of accommodation for everyone?
Kwenzeke njani Andiswa ukuba esisakhiwo sichinje ekubeni likhusi lamabhinqa nabantwana sisuke ngoku sigcwale bonke abantu?
Okay. Iqale ngokuba sibone i-owner owner i-shelter ne ngoba ihambe ingasixelelanga.
It first started when the owner of the building just left without noticing us.
So sithe masibona engafiki wayeshiye nama security ke ezantsi kwakunama security ezantsi. So lama security sabona like efaka abantu kodwa mayifaka abantu bebefaka abantu besifazane.
The owner left the securities, and then those securities, when they noticed that the owner is not coming back, they started to letting people in, but at that time they were only allowing the women.
So xa bezisala abantu bebe renta kulama security. Sababuza ke ukuthi why kanti ngokusebe rentisa bathi because of owner ayisababhatali so nabo basamindlela yokuzibhatala.
So when they allow those people to come, they were letting those people to rent to them, and then when we ask why, they say it's because the owner doesn't pay them.
And this why, can you indicate to the Commission if at that stage were there any engagements with the municipality or officials from the city of Johannesburg?
Ngakhe uyicacisele le commission sisandisa uba ngelixesha ke kwenzeka lento ngaba kunye nathethisana mhlambi namagosa esixeko okanye mhlambi abantu bakwarhulumente ngalento yenzekayo.
Sike sazama ukuya e-police station. Safike sathetha no party station. Umphathi station wabuza ukuthi ngubani i-owner yalapha ya. Satsho ukuthi thina ayikho ihambile. Wabuzwa ukuthi isele naba satha isele yodwa. Wabuza ukuthi i-building yapi sachaza ukuthi i-City of Johannesburg. And then ke kwaba umuntu ozothethisana nabantu bakwa City of Johannesburg. But ke zange ke aphinde abuye ukuthi asichazele ukuthi kwenzeka yini.
Yes, we did went to the police station, and then we find the station commander, And then the station commander would tell him that this is what is happening. And then he asked us, where do the building, who is the owner of the building? And then we tell the station commander that the owner of the building is the city of Johannesburg. And then the station commander said he will communicate with the city of Johannesburg, but it ended there. There was no further communications.
And so apart from the changes that you mentioned now, what other changes took place subsequent to the owner of the building leaving?
Lolu phuthlamba utshintsho oluye lwabakhona sisandiswa ngaphandle kolukelo ba umphathi ahambe kufakwa abantu khona olunye utshintsho ke ngolwaye lwenzeka kwesakhiwo.
Ewe, kwaba notshintsho olukhulu ngokuba kuqala sokufaka songena ke ngoku ke nabantu besilisa. Lapho ke sokuqala ke ngoku nabantu abazorenta abanye babamba inkunzi into ezinjalo yabona ngabantu nje abangekho right seyiqala ke ngoku ibuilding seyiya igcwala so kuya futhi ngoku ke sokungcola nokuba nokungcola.
So what happened, the changes started by men now, started to enter the building. Also now those people who came to rent at the building, now they started to rob people, and also it was filthy now in the building, and there were too much people.
The people that started occupying Usindiso building, were they paying rent to the security guards, or was there someone else deriving the rent from the residents or from the occupants of Usindiso building?
Aba bantu baye beza ke ngoku bezongena nabo bebesabhatala kwabanogada okanye mhlambe bebhatala irent komnye umuntu ngoku.
No, o bake bahamba ama security bake bashiya, then aba bantu babeziswe ngama security bona baqala ngokubafuna ispace kwabangabo most abafaka abantu ezindlini ezinde.
What happened, the security guards left, and then those people who came first, they are the ones who started to allow other people to come in because they start to make more space in the building for another people.
Okay. At paragraph 7 and earlier on, you indicated that you reported the changes to the police officials. Are you aware of anyone else who was occupying the building reporting the changes to someone from City of Johannesburg, or engaging with anyone from the City of Johannesburg?
Uye wathi sisandiswa niye na wachazela amagosa angamapolisa ukuba kwenzeka ntoni pha. Mhlawumbe ukhona omnye umuntu kwalapha kuni mhlawumbe owaye thetha yena namanye amagosa ke ngokarhulumente ngale meko yenu pha. Mhlawumbe ukhona omnye umuntu.
Yes, ke kwayiwa kwi-councillor kwayiwa futhi nakuyo i-City of Johannesburg.
Yes. Yes, we went to the councillor and we also went to the City of Johannesburg offices.
Do you have a report that you'd like to share with the Commission from the councillor or an official from City of Johannesburg regarding the state of the building and the living conditions?
Mhlawumbe na ingxelo ongathanda uyichazela le commission uba wathini ukhansela okanye kwathiwani pha kwi-office yesixeko xa naniyile.
No, ukhansela yena azange yena ube umuntu ozayo kuthi kwaba umuntu ozofika kuthi, then ema-ofisini kwafika I think kwakuyimanager yakhona ifika lapha, kodwa ke yaba nokusigxeka ukuthi ngobani abantu abafaka, kusho ukuthi kaloku kwasithi sihlala pha.
Oh.
Yes.
The councillor didn't come back to us and communicate with us, but the people in the offices, they start to to respond in a way that we didn't like, because they say we are the problem because it's us who put people there in the building. So we didn't have a proper communication with them.
And Andiswa, can you please describe to the Commission the condition of Usindiso building after Pastor J left?
Ungayichaza imeko yapha Usindiso yabanjani emva kokuba emkile uPastor J?
Yayibimbi yona kakhulu kodwa yaqala kwangabi na ngxaki, but uthe ixesha lihamba kwaqala ngoku songena abantu ke kulapho ke ngoku isimo sike sathanda ukutshintsha khona.
It was not bad at first, but it started gradually to change, and then it was bad because many people started to enter now the building.
Were you paying electricity?
Ububhatala umbane?
Zange sobhatala umbane.
No, we were not paying electricity.
Was there clean running water in the building?
Ebekhona amanzi acocekileyo kwesakhiwo?
Abekhona kodwa bagcina bewakhatha. uPastor J besengekho ke bewakhatha.
Yes, there was clean running water, but they end up cutting them because Pastor J was no longer there.
And did you bring this to the city's attention that the water had been
Ngabanina sichazela isixeko ukuba amanzi acocekileyo aqhawulwe awasafumaneki.
Ke sike sathetha sasigcina sisebenzisa wona awelenkuzana i-extinguish la aphuma
Yes, we did communicate to the city, but we end up using the one for fire extinguishers.
How did the residents dispose of their waste? Was there any waste management system in place?
Beni lahlaphi umgqomo kanye inkunkuma khona mhlambi ilungiselelo belikhona.
Yes, ake sacela ukuthi ibin lenkulu mabebeke apha exa kweflat so that xa unododo wakho wehle nawe izansi ulahle apha kule bin enkulu. Then ekseni umasipala uvuka uzothatha.
We asked them that they can please put the big bin so that we can throw our whatever we throw there in the bin, and then they used to come and collect the bin.
Can you give clarity when you say you asked them? Who is them in this case?
Ngubani lona yena thetha naye ukuze anincede ngalomqomo?
Normally sasithethe bathi bazacela abantu bakwamasipala, but kukhona abaya ke bayocela ukuthi umgqomo ucelwa ubekwe, but ndawubona vele sowubekiwe lapha phambi kwebuilding. Because umgqomo lo wawufa ongasemva kwebuilding, so bacela ukuthi mawubekwe ngaphambili ukuthi sikwazi ukuthatha udoti siwulahlele khona.
Yes, some of us went to municipality, but I'm not sure because I only find the bin at the back of the building. That's where we're throwing the waste.
In front of the building?
In front of the building. Sorry, thank you, Madam Chair.
Was there any security provided for the occupants of the building, or did the guards that were placed there, did they remain there throughout your occupancy at Usindiso building?
Bebekhona abanye abantu bebegada okanye abanogada bokuqala baye baqhubeka begada esakhiwo.
Bahamba and then after zange bekhona umuntu ogadayo.
The ones who were there before they left, and there was no one looking after the building.
Could you give an indication or an estimation of how many people were occupying the Usindiso building after it was turned from a shelter to accommodation for everyone?
Ungathelekelela ba bebangapha abantu bebehlala pha kwesakhiwo sase Usindiso emva kokuba itshintshile uba ibeke ikhusi lamabhinqa yaze yaba indawo kaonke wonke.
Yo, I'm not sure kodwa xa ndicinga maybe sibese over 400.
I'm not sure, but when I'm estimating we were above 400.
And were there enough apartments to occupy that number of people?
bezanele ke ngokwindawo bekwindawo ezanele ezohlala bonke ababantu.
Hayi ukuthi abantu abathi mabefika bafika ba-eda nemikhukhu indawo ezazizihole esasizisebenzisa xa izi-meetings or in bafike ke bafaka imikhukhu kwezo holo besenazo nendawo bekuyizicawe then bafike bafaka imikhukhu apho.
No, there was not enough space. The people, when they came, what they do, they put shacks because there were halls where we used to do our activities, and there was a church also inside there. So in those open spaces, they start to put shacks.
Okay. And so did you consider the building a safe space or safe place?
When Andiswa, we bona le ndawo njengendawo ekhuselekile.
Bikhuselekile kuqala kodwa after uJ ehambile sokungene ababantu ayibingasakhuselekanga.
Yes, it was safe before, but after Mr. J left, it was no longer safe.
Why was it no longer safe? Can you elaborate on that?
Kutheni ngoku bingakhuselekanga ngakunaphi?
Ngoba benhlala ndiva abantu bescreama emaphasejini bethathelwa ama-handbag and esiba nama-security engasekho abanye bebebanjwa ngabe berobha vele bengahlali khona pha but bokuyindawo yabo yokuthi bagijime bacatshe khona laphaya ngoba bongekho i-security kodwa abanye babo bebehlala kwapha.
I used to hear people screaming because the robbers, they were robbing them, their handbags, and some, they were coming from, they ran to the building, the robbers, to hide themselves because they were not staying there. But some robbers, they were staying in the building.
Okay. And the robberies, Andiswa, were they reported to any police officials or any official from City of Johannesburg or the municipality, any government official, as a matter of fact?
Aba bantu bakhuthuza abantu beye Andiswa babaxelwe mhlambi kumagosa esixeko okanye karhulumente.
I bendinokubabona abarojiwe yabona bebenokufika ke namaphoyisa but andazi ukuba bebebotshwa or not because yabona into ababeyenza ebusuku ungazi.
I used to see that those who get robbed, they used to bring police so that they can come and investigate. But I'm not sure if those robberies, they were being taken to jail.
Okay. Andiswa, can you please describe to the Commission what happened on the night of the 31st of August, 2023?
Ungasichazela Andiswa ba kwenzeka ntoni ngobusuku bange 31 August 2023.
Okay. Kwakuzingaqala nge-30 kwahamba ugesi ngo-6 o'clock. Kwafumaniseka ukuba kumele ubuye ngo-8. Thema ubuya ngo-8 nibone ilight ibuya icisha the same time. Babe ukuhamba kwabo ndabona kwamanye ama-flat ubuya. So ndabona uba akusho ukuthi ingxaki la eflatini yithi esingana electricity. So ndalala kunjalo because ngalolanga ngizange ngikwazi ukupheka. Ndama ndayothenga i-takeaway ndadatya ndalala. I think around past 1:31 samasa.
Okay, sorry. I will start narrating from the 30 August. So on the 30th of August, there was no electricity from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. So what happened, around about 8 p.m., some flats got electricity. The electricity was back, but to my flat, there was still no electricity. So I couldn't cook. I have to go and buy the takeaway. And then I slept. Then around about 12 midnight. Around about 1 midnight.
And the man lele ndava ngesound into sound like it boo.
I was still sleeping and then I heard a sound like boo.
and then ndaziphapha ndavuka ebhedini ndakoba emnyango manikoba emnyango ngithole abosisi abawu-2 bebeza begijima bezama ukuphuma ngegate so mabefika egeyithini igate lalitexiwe.
When I tried to open the door, I saw 2 ladies running and they were running towards the gate and then the gate was locked.
Mangithi ngiyabona kunomlilo nomsi onjana ndivulile ongenayo omninzi ndakhawuleza ndavala umnyango.
I noticed that there's a lot of flames or fire and smoke coming into my room and then I just closed the door.
Xa ndivala umnyango ndacinga uba ndingaphuma kanjani. So ngabona ukuthi andinayo enye indlela kumele ndizame ukutsiba efestireni.
When I look around in my room, how will I'm going to exit? I didn't see any way I can do it, but I realized there's a window, so let me jump through the window.
Yeah, so ngithe mandivula iwindow kwabe vele kuphuma ismoke esikhulu from epassaging. Nafumana ubhuti bebemile bebewu-2 bathi sisi kuyatsha jumpa. Then ngastarta vele ngajumpa.
When I opened the window, I saw smoke coming from the corridor and 2 guys or 2 men tell me that, Sisi, there is fire, jump. And then I just jumped down.
Thank you. At paragraph 12, Andiswa, of your statement, you indicated that a lot of people were jumping out. Can you describe that scene to the commission?
Kwisiqendu seshumeli nesibini u12 uthe abantu bebetsiba. Mhlawumbe ngakhe usinabisele ngalombono wawubonayo.
Yeah, abantu babetsiba most kuma floors ngama floors ngoba mina ekujumpeni kwami ndajumpa and then umlilo ndawubona ba uyaqhubeka ubamkhulu and njengana ubamkhulu usuphusha ama-window njenga aya like awela kum and abantu njana ndihleli la phansi ngijumpile nami ndiyababona ukuthi bazathi mabeziphosa baziphosele kum. So bengingasakwazi uhamba because besendophukile. Then ndacela abo abobhuti bebevele bethi mandijump ukuthi ngicela bandiwelise ndibe kude ne-flat yeah.
Since I already jumped, so I was lying down because I was broken. So I noticed that the fire is increasing and is blowing through the windows and people are starting to jump. So I realized that those people would jump on top of me. So I asked those 2 gentlemen that they can take me across the road so that I can be safe.
Andiswa, can you comment on the efficiency of the emergency service, including the fire department, in dealing with the fire?
Ungacacisa Andiswa ukuba babaqhuba njani abantu boncedo olungxamisekileyo kuquka ke nezicima mlilo ngaba zawenza kahle umsebenzi wabo bawenza kahle umsebenzi wabo.
Hayi ngoba I believe if babekhawulezile bafika. I think mina after ndiziphosile ndihlalile into engange 1 hour 30 minutes kwakungenancedo. And nami ndangakwazi ukufonela i-ambulance or any yonke into engabe iza nokunceda because ifoni ndandishiye ngaphakathi endlini erumini.
They were not efficient because they take time to extinguish the fire. It take about 1 hour 30 minutes before they extinguish the fire, and I couldn't phone anyone because my phone was left in the room.
Andiswa, again, paragraph 12, you indicated that, paragraph 12 of your statement, that is, indicated that 2 fire trucks came, but only one was working. Can you elaborate on that?
Kwakwesisiqendu 12 uthe itraka ezimbini zomlilo zaye zafika kodwa yayinye yayisebenza ungakusicacisele ngalonto.
Ngoba apho ndandihleli khona kula ezafika zamanga khona. So ngoba umlilo wawumkhulu and ndibona ama truck awu2. So ndithetha no1 ubhuti wakhona ukuthi why enye ingayikwencedisa kwelinye side because umlilo ubungapha nangapha ngasemva lasemaXhoseni. So wathi ke ubhuti lo ay kwale esize nayo amanzi awekho enough ukuthi vele ungacisha la ene le enye ayinawo total amanzi.
Those 2 trucks were just standing next to me where I fell. So now I talked to the firefighters that since you had 2 trucks, why 1 truck doesn't go to the other side so that can extinguish from the other side? But they told me that only 1 truck have water, and even the one that has water is not enough.
Andiswa, what did you lose in the fire?
Ulahlekelwe intoni Andiswa kulo mlilo?
Yo, the ID, furniture, yeah, nabangani, umakhelwane.
I lost my ID, my furniture, my friends, and my neighbors.
Was your child still staying with you when the fire happened?
Ngabe umntana wakhe besahlala nawe ngexesha kuqala lo mlilo?
No, bengasahlala umntana mntana sandimamsi Eastern Cape ekhaya.
No, my child was not around. Is it a boy? Girl?
It's a boy.
He was at home in Eastern Cape.
Okay. Can you describe to the Commission how the fire has affected your life?
Ungayicacisela le commission uba lo mlilo ukuchaphazele njani ubomi bakho?
Yeah, uchaphazele because kungoku andikwazi uhamba kahle ndalimala at least eqaleni bengikwazi ukubamba ama job. So ngoku andikwazi nje imile impilo.
Yes, it did affect me a lot because now I could not walk properly because I'm broken. So I could not even get job. My life is stuck.
Okay. And given your losses, have you received any form of assistance from the city of Johannesburg or anywhere else?
Kubulahlekelwe izinto ezithile ngabe ukhe walifumana uncedo kwisixeko sase Gauteng okanye kwenye indawo?
Aye.
No.
Have you received any psychological assistance or counseling since the fire?
Ngabe ukhe wafumana uncedo lo ngokwasengqondweni ekubeni ujamelene nesisiganeko salomli?
No.
No.
Where did you go after the fire?
Uye wayaphi emva komlilo?
No, after kuchile kuthi sike sathathwa ama ambulance sayolala esibhedlela. Yeah, I think about for 3 to 4 weeks if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and then because of isimo sami besi nzima kakhulu engakwazi uhamba ngiphuma esibhedlela. So is umakazi wami kuye ke wake wayondithatha esibhedlela ndayohlala naye ukhukhwini wakhe.
After the fire, the ambulance came and take us to the hospital. If I'm not mistaken, I stayed there in the hospital for about 3 to 4 weeks. And then after that, my aunt took me to stay with her in the squatter camp.
From your observation, do you think that the building was equipped to accommodate the number of people that it was accommodating at the time of the fire?
Ngokubona kwakho ucimba esakhiwo besikwazi ukuthwala ababantu bebehlala pha?
No,
No, I don't think so.
Then were there other fire incidents before the one that took place on the 31st of August?
Kwakhe kwakho omnye umlilo wakhe waqhambuka ngaphambi kwalo ke we-31st ka-August. Kwakhe kwatshapha ngenye imini?
yokas.
No.
And so are you able to comment on the cause of the fire?
Ngabe ungakwazi ukuhlomla ukuba lo mlilo ubangelwe yintoni?
Angiwazi kuba nami ndandileyo. Angiwazi.
No, I don't know because I was sleeping, so I don't know what caused the fire.
Do you have anything else that you would like to state or add with regards to how you believe the fire started, or anything that you'd like to add that was not added in your statement or that was not communicated today?
Ngabe khona mhlambe enye into ofuna uyitsho malunga nalo mlilo okanye enye into ongakwazanga mhlambi ukuyichaza kwi-statement sakho ofuna uyithetha ngoku? Nothing.
Is there anything you'd like to share with the Commission that you believe is relevant for the purposes of this Commission of Inquiry?
Khona mhlambi into ocinga ba ingasinceda isebenziseke njengoba le commission isenza oluphando onosixelela yona?
Ngasinceda kanjani ke?
Mhlambi incede le commission ukuba ikwazi ukwenza umsebenzi wayo. Khona into yaziyo mhlambi othanda ukuyichaza engenye?
Ingabe incede commission?
Incede i-commission kumsebenzi wayo lo iwenza?
Okay, no.
No.
Have you had any engagements with anyone from the city of Johannesburg or any government officials?
Ukhona mhlawumbe umuntu okhe wadibana naye osuka kwisixeko sase Gauteng okanye kwi-igosa likarhulumente? Ukhona omnye umuntu okhe wadibana naye wathetha naye?
No.
No.
Thank you for sharing your evidence, Andiswa. Madam Chair, I have no further questions for the witness.
Thank you, Ms. Banyoni. Advocate Semenya.
Of course.
Ma'am, when you jumped through the window, it was from which floor?
Xa ubutsiba ubusuka kumgangatho wesingaphi?
Bengisuka kwi-first floor.
First floor.
And I see in your statement there would have been a number of rooms on the first floor.
Ndiyabona kwi-statement sakho uba kukho amagumbi amanintsi akhoyo phaa e-first floor.
You mentioned
Yes.
24, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you say only a few of you survived the fire.
Uthi nibambalwa baye basinda?
Yes.
Ewe, yes.
You'd say how many of you were on the floor and who unfortunately perished?
Nibangaphi mhlambi ebebekhona phaa kulo mgangatho ubuhlala kuwo abaye basweleka?
Angeke, because mangichaza nge-24, chaza nge-24 rooms.
Okay.
Ne? And then abantu bebehlala nama-families wabo. And most umuntu besweleka ne-family yakhe yonke. So angeke ndazi nani labantu actually ukuthi babe bangaphi.
I cannot be sure because when I say 24, I mean 24 rooms. So in the room, there's many people inside. In some rooms, the whole family died. So I cannot be sure how many of them exactly who died.
I'm sure the country shares your pain and the loss you have suffered through this tragedy.
Yathemba uba isizwe sethu okanye ilizwe lethu libuhlungu kunye nawe ngokulahlekelwa kwakho.
I have no further questions for the witness, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate Semenya. Mr. Mgomezulu.
Yes, Excuse me, yes, Chairperson, there'll be no question from us. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sibanyoni?
Madam Chair, I request for this evidence to be admitted into evidence as Exhibit NRF 45.
NRF 45.
That is correct,
It is
Madam
so
Chair.
admitted. Ms. Lepu, we thank you for having come to give evidence before this commission.
Nkosazana Dlepo, siyabulela kakhulu ngokuzonikela ubungqina phambi kwale commission.
You may step down, ma'am.
Ungehla.
Ms. Sibanyoni?
Madam Chair, may I please be permitted to call the final witness? This is Thandi Chikija.
Yes, you may. Are you comfortable, Ms. Chikicha?
Uhleli kahle, Mam Chikicha? Yes.
Good afternoon to you, Ms. Chikicha.
Siyabulisa, Mam Chikicha.
Please give us your full names.
Sicela amagama akho onke.
Thandi Chikicha.
Thandi Chikicha.
Do you swear that the evidence you will give will be the truth, only the truth? And if you do, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
Ngabe uyathembisa ukuba into ozawuyitsho apha inyaniso kwaye futhi inyaniso kuphela. Ukuba uyathembisa, cela uphakamise isandla sakho sasekunene uthi ndicela unincede Thixo.
Cela uncede Thixo.
Well, maybe the right hand.
Okay.
Ngicela uncede Thixo.
The witness is sworn in.
Thank you, Advocate Minya. Ms. Sibanyoni?
Good afternoon, Thandi Chikija.
Siyabulisa, Mrs. Thandi Chikicha.
Thandi Chikita, can you please tell the commission where you are from and what you are currently doing for a living?
Thandi Chikicha, besicela uchazele le commission ukuba usukaphi kwaye wenza ntoni ukuziphilisa.
Ndizalelwe e-Eastern Cape. Ndendela ePotchefstroom. Okwangoku andikenzi into.
I'm from Eastern Cape, but I got married in Potchefstroom. For now, I'm unemployed.
Do you understand why you are here today?
Yazi bakutheni lapha namhlanje? Yes.
Can you describe to the Commission when did you start living at Usindiso building?
Ungayicacisela le commission uba uqale nini ukuhlala pha kwisakhiwo sase Usindiso?
Ngiqale ukuhlala eSindiso ngo-2018.
I started staying in Usindiso in 2018.
Can you describe to the Commission how you ended up staying there?
Kwenzeke njani ukuba uyohlala pha? Ungayichazela le commission?
Okay, ngiye ngafikela eSoweto. Usuka kwami Potchefstroom. Sesihlukene nendoda. Because yami eSoweto, so zange sibone ngasolinye. Ndaya ki friend eHebrew. And then asise Hebrew ngihleli khona ngitshela ukuthi kunendawo ebizwa iGovernor's House. Lo ndawo le ebizwa iGovernor's House isiza abantu. So siyesaya kulo Governor's House le, lo Governor's House la bekusenziwa imisebenzi yezandla. And then saqhelana ne-social worker yalapho. So kuba ibisazi istory sethu. Ibisazi sonke so mawufika lapho ubuzwa ingxaki zakho. And then besiloko sivuka sesiya lapho sokwenza umsebenzi wezandla. Kwafika umyusisi kulapha eGovernor's House. Naye bephilile kakhulu i-social worker wayixela ukuthi kunendawo ebizwa Usindiso ekuhlala umama nabantwana. So ucela ukuthi i-social worker iyosithethele lakho.
Okay, so what happened, since I was from Potchefstroom,
Potchefstroom.
but we broke up with my husband, and then I went to my cousin in Soweto, and then we didn't agree on things when we were staying together. I ended up going to Hillbrow to my friend. While I was there in Hillbrow, we heard of a place called Governor's House, and then I went to Governor's House. There they were doing the handiwork, and then I was going there each and every day. And then there was a social worker there who used to help us. And then one lady talked to the social worker, telling her that there is a place called Usindiso. Can the social worker go and talk to the people of Usindiso so that we can go and stay there?
Can you please describe the condition of Usindiso building when you first arrived there?
Ungasichazela uba ibinjani imeko yokuhlala yapha Usindiso besinjani isakhiwo xa uyohlala pha?
Ngo-2018 fika kwethu yayinhle kakhulu iSindiso. Yayipholile, yayindawo nje yokuphumza ingqondo kunto yonke.
In 2018, when I was arrived there, Usindiso was beautiful, and you could feel the peace of mind when you are there.
And how did it change from the state in which you found it in?
Yatshintsha njani ke ngokuloo meko wawuyifumene yiyo?
Ndingathi mhlawumbi ngo-late ngo-2019 kuye kwakho utshintsho lokufika kwabanye abantu.
In late 2019, there was a change because other people came in to stay there.
Can you elaborate further on that?
Ngabo ngaqhubeka ucacise.
Yeah, kwakho abantu abafikayo ke late 2019. Kwangabikho ukuthula ne. Kwake kwabonakala ukuthi indawo manje iya iba worse. Lempilo besiyiphila iyanyamalala manje.
When those people came, there was no peace anymore. The life we used to live was disappearing now.
Can you describe in detail what kind of changes started taking place?
Okay.
Ungakwazi uchaza ngokwenkcukacha uba luthini olutshintsho kwenzeke ntoni nantoni.
Okay. Njengoba besihlala kwi-first floor, kuyizinto esinazo, impompo bezikhishwa. Bekunepipe abazikhuphayo bathi zinekhopha, uthola ukuthi masivuka kuyalenga. Nasetoilet kukhishwa izinto. Kukhishwa ipipe, angazi ngathi zinekhopha lezo pipe lezo, uthola ukuthi kugcwele amanzi njalo. Sasabona ukuthi into eziningi ziyamoshakala manje.
What was happening? People started to vandalize the place. They go to the water taps and take them out. Also the water pumps where they can get the copper, they started to take them out, and then there was a spill of water everywhere.
Was there anyone that you could report these changes or these issues to within the building or outside of the building?
Wayekhona umuntu enanikwazi ukuchaza ezingxaki kuye mhlambo lapha esakhiweni okanye ongaphandle niyomxelela lento yenzeka?
Yeah, bakhona bebephuma bahamba laba sasibafikele kwi-building vele, omama nabantwana. Bakhona bebehamba bese babuya basitshela ukuthi bebesiye kwezinye indawo. So thina siya saphakama xa sesibona ukuthi manje nasezipasejini zethu akho safe. Uthathwa izifoni, bafuna izimali. Ubugebengu nje bavele bakhula. Kulapho ke se ngaya kusilo mabelebele we-Action SA. Ngiyomchazela ngesimo esiphila phansi kwaso manje.
Yes, those who came before us, the ladies, they did go out and report the matter. But now what happened as time goes on, it started to be unsafe. People rob us in the corridors, and also they want to take our phones, they take our money. That's when I ended up going to Mr. X for Action SC.
Silo.
Sorry.
Silo Mabelebele.
Mr. Silo Mabelebele for Action SE.
SA.
Okay, for Action SA.
Okay. At paragraph 11 of your statement, you indicated that the building no longer had electricity or water. Did you report this to the City of Johannesburg or anyone else or any government official?
Uthe kwesi statement sakho isakhiwo besingenamanzi. Ngaba oku ke wakuchaza kumuntu mhlambi wakwamasipala okanye kahulumente?
No, ngoba besela amanzi la angithi bazile bazovala. Thina sabuya sasela amanzi la esicima mlilo. Kuye lo silo lo nithi ngimabelebele sachaza konke.
To this person I mentioned, we tell him everything. But now since they came and cut the water, we were using the water from the extinguishers.
Can you elaborate to the commission who came to cut the water?
Ngabo ngayichazela le commission bangubani ozileyo wazocima amanzi.
Bakamasipala.
It's municipality.
Okay. During your stay after the changes, were you paying rent?
Ebudeni bokuhlala kwakho after emva koba kukho itshintsho ububhatala irent?
No, since ngihlala kwindlu engafike ngayinikwa kufika kwami. Azange bhatale rent.
No, since I came to the house they gave me, I never paid rent.
Okay. And the criminal activities that were taking place within the building, were they reported to any police official?
Eziziganeko zolwaphulomthetho bezisenzeka phaa esakhiweni benikhe niyozichaza emapoliseni okanye kwigosa elithile lamapolisa.
Ya ubugebengu lobu bekusenzeka lapha eflatini bachazwa kakhulu, abantu bebephuma behamba indawo ngendawo. Thina ke njengoba ngisishilo ngithi yonke into mina ngayichaza kuSilo Mabelebele ukuthi kwenzekani eflatini.
Yes, people could report the crime activities that were happening there to the police. But as for me, I only mentioned to this person whatever was the problem in the building.
Okay. And this coordinator or personnel from Action SA, what steps did they take in assisting the residents or the occupants of Usindiso building?
Lo mmeli we-Action SA lo uthi uye wathetha naye ngawaphi ke mhlamba amanyathelo aye wathabatha ukunceda esakhiwo.
Uyithe kunencwadi azoyibhala ngoba bona abanazo ipower. Uzobhala incwadi ayihambise khona lapha azoyihambisa and then uzobuyela back kuthi.
He said he will write a letter mentioning all these problems because they don't have powers over that, and then he will send the letter somewhere and then he will return back to us with the reply.
Are you comfortable elaborating further on the conversations that you were having with the personnel from Action SA?
Ngasityebisela uba benithetha eziphi izinto nalo mhlekazi wase-Action SA.
Yebo. Besithetha ngobugebengu kakhulu. Ngoba mina ndiyaye ndathi if usezobhala incwadi uzihambise ngicela usifunele indawo ecomfortable ngoba akusahlaleki phaa esizokwazi ukuzibhadalela yona. Ngoba ebusisuku zabantu bayakhala. Uzihlangu ziyagijima kukhatywa iminyango la ngaphezulu kwethu. So fanele ukuthi sivuke ngichazela yena. Xa uthi sivuke manje ebusuku sisenza ama WhatsApp ukuthi bayezwa ukuthi kwenzekani kwezinye ifloor phezulu kwethu le floor phezulu kwethu. Kuyakhalwa ngapha kuya njengoba kune gate ongena kuyo nje biphansi kwethu gijinywa khona lapho. Awazi ukuthi babalekani na or kuyiwaphi or kuzwa ukuthi. So ngezinye ingathi besingalali thina lapha nebusuku makusenzeka lezo zinto lezo. Besihlala till kubetho 5 kukhanya.
Yes, some of the things I talked about with this gentleman mostly is crime. Also, we talked about since he is writing this letter, while we're still waiting for the reply, can he find a place for us where we're going to rent? And also, the condition was terrible because they used to kick the doors on top of us in other rooms, and we couldn't sleep sometimes. We have to wake up, we WhatsApp each other to ask others, did you hear that noise? And also sometimes we could stay, can't sleep until 5 a.m. in the morning.
Can you please describe to the Commission what happened on the night of the 31st of August 2023?
Ungayicacisela le commission uba kwenzeka ntoni ngoba busuku bange 31 ka-August 2023.
Kwaba load shedding mina ngiseqedile upheka vele. Salala. So ebusuku I'm sure yayingabo past 12. Njengoba mina ngijwayele uvuka ngo-12 ngithandaze ngabona ukuthi hayi akusakho late kakhulu ngathandaza. Mangiqeda manje ngabona ukuthi umbane awukabuyi and ngiphethwe indlala ngilele ngingadlanga. Ngaphaka ukudla ngadla. Mangithi ngibuyele kulaleni ngiva isithonga phandle. Okay, ngivula umnyango. Mangivula umnyango kunomsi epassage kumnyama kubonakala and umsi wakhona awukwazi ukuphefumula. Ngathi une spray gun or khasa nyazi ngavala umnyango.
So there was a load shedding that day. I've already finished cooking, but what happened, I ran about past 12. That's when this commotion started. Normally I wake up at 12 and pray. So I did that, but I noticed that also I'm hungry. So I decided to eat. And then after that, I heard a sound outside. When I opened, there was smoke. And this smoke was heavy. You cannot even inhale it. It was choking.
Can you tell the commission who you were staying with on the night in question?
Ungayazisa le commission ba uhlala nabani?
Okay, bengihlala umntana wafika kum nge-2019 ehamba nomntwana wakhe. So wathola umsebenzi. Ngelo langa elo wangifonela ngabo 8 wathi mama angizubuya uhamba nefriend yakhe ngibekisele nomntwana.
Okay. So from 2019, my child came and stayed with me, but my child got a job somewhere. But now my child phoned me after she got the job. Ne?
Yeah.
Or he, Ntomazana.
Ntombazana.
After she got the job, but now she told me that she won't come back again. My child also have a children or a child. So I have to stay with that child now. So I was staying with the grandchild.
Okay. Can we circle back to when you realized that there was smoke in the building?
Singakhe sibuyele pha ku kwesasiganeko sa ngoku kwakukho umlilo okanye umsi.
What did you do after realizing that there's this smoke and it's choking you? What steps did you take?
Wenza ntoni ke xa uva lo mlilo uyantsarha lo?
Okay. Ngavala isivalo. Ngabe sengivusa umntana mina bengilele phansi ngavusa umzukulwana wami ebhedini. Ngathi asambe kuyatsha phandle. So uthe mayikhipha ihlangu ngathi asikho isikhathi sehlangu. Asiphume sihambe. So manivula umnyango game 2 manje. Kasithi sizophuma la emnyango. Kwavela nje kwanelifu elimnyama lema lapha komnyango. Ilifu lavela afika nje kwamnyama lapha komnyango. Ngisalibhekile ngiphoshela umntana ngasemuva. Kwavela ngathi liyavuleka. Badubula umlilo. Ungena la endlini. Dubula umlilo. Waphinda lo mlilo loyo wacuyiwa cina ngathi ubuyela kulo lelifu eli. Kwasheka umusi la ngaphakathi ngavala umnyango futhi. Kama ngovula amafestela.
What happened, I wake up my grandchild. I said to the child, wake up, let's go. Then the child was still looking for the shoes. I said, there's no time to look for the shoes. Let's run away, there's fire. So when I opened the door now, for the second time now, there was a dark cloud on the, or smoke on the door. And then on that smoke, thick smoke, there was a flame coming out, getting in the room now. So that flame just do that once and then goes off again. And then that's when I get the chance to close the door. But there was also a smoke inside the room now. That's when I realized that let's look for the exit on the windows now.
Thank you. At paragraph 13 of your statement, you also indicated that when you tried to leave your room, you were tripping over bodies in the passage. Can you please kindly describe to the Commission in detail that
Oh.
scene?
Uye wathi xa ubuzama ukubaleka uye wagileka kumatye ebesepasejini ebesakhiwo ungakho sicacisele ngaloo nto abantu the bodies were in the
Okay.
passage.
Now, zasendlula amafestele. Usekhumisela endlini umntwana usakhohlela. Right, ngabuyela futhi eminyango. Ngoba ufuna ukuthi siphume. Ngabuyela eminyango ngibambe lo mntwana lo. Kumnyama umsike ngokuwesla epasejini. So masithi siyaphuma nalo mntwana ndimbambile ngiyawa. Mangithi ngiyawa ngithi ngiyaphakama ngumuntu mosilona. Angithi ngiyawa ngiyaqhubeka ngithi mhlambe ethi ngimjambe ngayowela futhi phezulu kwabanye abantu. So ngiyazibuza ukuthi labantu laba bavelaphi ngobani why belana. So ngabona ukuthi ngeke ngifike mina ngoba ngangiya kwifestile yomnyusisi ohlala ngale. Ifestile leyo ingcono ngoba uyakwazi ukuphuma ngayo and then awuphume ngayo unyathele kwisamende ukhona ujamba ayikho kude kakhulu but ngehluleka. Ngabuyela back endlini. Nakulo ndlu leyo asiyiboni saphansi saphelela lapho. Asayiboni ngoba siphezulu kwabantu. Bafuna ukuthi nibethe la edongeni ukuze ngikwazi ukuthola umnyango wami. Kulapho ngithe mangithola umnyango wami sangena nomntana nami ngathi manje iplan ukuthi siye festileni.
So what happened is that I tried for the third time now to go back to the door again and then open the door. And then after that, when we went out of the door, I didn't notice these bodies, but there was something that I slept on, and then I fell down, and then there was the body that I fell on top of. So I realized that these are people who who are lying on the floor. So I realized that we won't be able to go out. Let's go back again to our room. But there was a smoke, so I couldn't even see my room now. So I have to go touch the walls so that I can return back to my room with my child. But I also think of a lady that I can go to because her room, her door, her window was better because you could get a passage when you go over the window. But I realized that I won't make it. Let me go back to my room.
Can you indicate to the Commission on what floor was your apartment located at?
Kumgangatho wesingaphi igumbi lakho?
A first floor, but a first floor ngehlobeli kune ngaphansi kune basement. Bekho abantu abahlalayo festile. And then festile engaphezulu kulezo festile lezo.
Okay. It was the first floor. I was staying in first floor, but on top of the basement, and there were the other row, and then we were on top of the row, but on the first floor.
And can you estimate from the first floor to the ground floor, how far was the distance?
Kude kangakanani mhlambe ezantsi ukusuka kwi-first floor?
Angazi ukuthi ngabekisa kanjani na but kukude ngoba ngathi mangibheke ngafestile ngabona ukuthi angikwazi ukuphosa umntana lapho. So ithembele mase ngivele ngefestile ngawubona umlilo loyo. Ngabona abase next door i-neighbors zami next door ziphuma ngefestile yayo. Bona bangcono kwifestile yabo kunento engathi iB ibalcony. So bewela kulo balcony and then bayitsibele phansi kwakungcono. So ngathi mina ngicela ngiphume nomntwana ngingene la endlini yenu uze ngikwazi ukuthi nami ngiphume kulo balcony bathi kunensimbi evalekileyo. Right manje lo mntwana simile la efestileni ukuthi sikwazi ukuphefumula. And ilizwi lami laselihamba ngumsi wakhona. Kwaqhamuka omunye umfana naye wayehlala next door ngathi noma wayeqhamuka kumsebenzini kuphi nawo qhamuka ngale vele ngasendla so ngakhwaza igama lakhe ngathi Hlanganani ngicela ungithathele ukomntwana weze gijima wakhwela kulento engathi isamende kulento engathi isamende before uzofika kulento engathi ibalcony wagibela kulonto leyo wabe sesithi kubafana bebelapho abambambe la ezansi kwenza kuba angawi ngikwazi ke mina ke ujika ngithi kule festival ngapha kusile coast ayikho straight so wathi nginikeze umntana ngamnikeza nomntana ngefestival leyo wafika ke ngombamba ngeenyawo wabe wafika kuye wabe sesithi zama iplan yokuphuma.
So yes, the distance is quite far because I couldn't let the child to jump. That's how high it was. So what happened, I saw my neighbors on their window, because their window is better because it also have a balcony. But now I asked them, can I come to your side so that I can be able to jump easily? But they didn't allow me. They said there's something stumbling the way to come. So luckily there was a guy who which I saw coming. I know him. I call him Hlanganani. Can you just take the child? And then Hlanganani tried to climb on the concrete wall, and then that's how I could give the child to Hlanganani, and then other people helped Hlanganani so that cannot fall, and then we managed to take the child down. But Hlanganani said to me, you must try to get a way out now yourself.
And can you tell the Commission how you managed to get yourself out of the building?
So ngaichazela le commission ba wenze njani ke ngokwena ukuze uphume kwesakhiwo.
Okay, ngathatha isitulo la endlini nami ngagibela kuso nganyathela la efestileni, but ngoba kukude ndikunento ezilimazayo bezilahlwa lapha ezansi and ngangena choice ukuthi ngaphumela kuphi. Lamabhodlela kunensimbi nayo yonke into, ngabona ukuthi angithene angikwazi ukuya ngibhekile ngathena. Ukuthena kwami ukuthi ngizobambelela efestileni kunedrada eyayinde apha esamentini, ngithi ngizonyathela ngizobambela efestileni nginyathele kule drada, at least ngiyobe ukunyathela kwami kule drada lena ngisusa inyawo nginyathela mhlambe phakathi kwesitenda nibambele kule drada uzoba bhetele nyana kulokuthula phezulu uzilahlela ngoba halfway. But akuzange kube njalo, ngithe mangibamele efestileni ukubambelela nje kwami sengiphumile ngisinyawo le kwecingo leli laziphuka nami kayonkale kaphansi.
So what happened, I took a chair, I put it next to the window, and then I tried to get out of the window. So there was a wall and a steel wire. So I was thinking that I will step on the steel wire, then I hold on the wall so that it can be much easier to fall down. But what happened, when I step on the steel wire broke, and then I go down like that.
Did you sustain any injuries
Wire wenzakala?
on your way down?
Nenzaka kakhulu ngoba ukuwa kwami laphaya kwakuphakama inhloko yodwa, umzimba ungasakhuli.
Yes, I did get injured because when I fell down there, only my head could move, but the other part of the body couldn't move.
Kunomfana wazama ukugijima ukuze ngasemalawo ngoba umlilo wasuphula amafestela ezokuphakamisa. Ukuniphakamisa kwangabona ukuthi ngithunuka umzimba wonke, ngathi akangiyekele. So ngithe ngisahleli khona lapho ngilele ngecala ngivuse inhloko yodwa, kunomntana uphume ngefestele ngaphaya, umntwana oyintombazana naye uhlela akwazi kwenza nto. Okay, akwazi kwenza nto lo mntwana oyintombazana, So since ngangilele lapho lo mlenze ungapha uyopha angazi ukuthi ngenziwe yini nalo ngiyawuzwa ukuthi ulimele. So ngithe ngisalele khona lapho kwaqhamuka yena uhlanganani lo behambe nomntwana yazi isiza nomntwana. I'm sure ibrother yakhe angazi. Bathi mangiphakame ngisuke duze kwale building ichayo. Wamama ngapha nangapha bangathi mangiphakamisa. Kulapho ngibona ukuthi ngilimele ngoba umlenze lo wami lo bangithi ngiyanyathela amathamba ayengathi asukile. Nginyathela ngenyama. Ngapha kunesigodi andiyazi inyama yami isheke kuphi. Ngathi ngiwe phezulu kwento yahluthula inyawo lami. So ngacela ke nami ngathi ngicela ningiyeka ngikwazi kwenza into bathi sicela uhubuluze kancane ngahubuluza ke kancane ngaya ngasendleleni. Wamliye ngalomfana oniphakamisele weza nesponge. Wathi kusekuseni kuyabani ngoba sasingagqokile ngagqoka night yami mina. Lo mntwana lo egqoka iskipa isodwa. Walahlela itrasi wathi sihlale phezulu kwetrasi. So mina ngithe angithi vele ngifuna ukukhwela ngihlale lapho ngibona ukuthi angikwazi ukuhlala. Ngathi mangihlala kunamathamba avelileyo angena la enyameni mangihlala. Ngacambalala till kwafika ambulance.
What happened when I was down there, I couldn't use any part of my body except my head. So one guy from Malawi came to help me because the fire was breaking the windows now, to fell down on me. So now the Malawian guy tried to pull me away, but I said to him, no, leave me, you are paining me, because all my body was sore. So as I was lying there, Hlanganani, the one that helped my grandchild, came and then said, they say I must try to stand up. And I noticed that on my left leg there was a hole. My flesh was, there was a hole. The flesh was removed. Then I started to realize that I'm really hurt. And then my right leg, I was broken. I couldn't hold I couldn't step on my right leg. So they Hlanganani came with another, his brother, I think so. So they tried to pull me to the safe place, and then they put a mattress. They said we must sit there, and it was cold. I was only wearing my pajamas or my nightie, and my child was wearing only a t-shirt. So when I tried to sit, I couldn't sit. It's like the bones are stabbing me in my inside. So I decided to lie down.
At paragraph 15 of your statement, you indicated that it took the ambulance a long time to arrive at the scene. Can you estimate how long you had to wait for the ambulance to get there?
Kuyisiqendu 15 salengxelo yakho uthe iambulance yathatha ixesha ukufika kule ndawo yeqhwayelo. Ngatsho mhlawumbe ba yathatha ixesha engakanani xa uqikelela?
Iambulance iyo yasheshayo. Iyo yasheshayo ngoba sithe sisalele khona kulapho yaqhamuka ngezantsi. Yafika yasimisa lapho sihleli la ngisihle yimi kulo mntwana wayelele lapha yana uphukile naye ibe umntanami ibe ngumfana somnye waseMalawi nento zaseMalawi. So ke bathi akungenwe kwiambulance mina ke kuba ngangakwazi uvuka ngakwazi uhlala beza ne-stretch bangilayisha kwiambulance ukuya eSharod.
No, I could not say the ambulance took time to arrive. It was quickly. It came quickly. And then when it came, we were few of us, another girl who was also injured and another two people from Malawi. So they tried to help us quickly, the ambulance. And then since I couldn't move, they used a stretcher to put me inside the ambulance.
When you were being transported to hospital, were there people from the emergency services or people from the fire department already there at the accident scene?
Ngokuyithathayo le ambulance sebefikile abanye abantu boncedo olungxamisekileyo okanye izicimamlilo sezikhona ngokuthathwa i-ambulance.
Yeah. Isicimamlilo thina siwele ezantsi ndithi asasiwanganga asizilahlanga kwindawo sizilahle ngokuzilahla sasezantsi thina but ngesikhathi ngilele ngayibona isicimamlilo lapha becima umlilo.
Yes, since we were in different places while we are lying down, so when I was still lying, I saw up there was a firefighter extinguishing.
Okay. Can you describe to the Commission how has the fire affected your life?
Ungayicacisela le commission uba lo mlilo ubuchaphazele njani ubomi bakho?
Buchaphazele kakhulu ngoba manje umuntu uhleli usazama ubuyela esimeni usazama ukuphila futhi usichaphazele kakhulu ngoba sishike singenanto singenandawo zokuhlala silimele.
Yes, the fire did affect me because as you can see, I'm injured. I can't do some of the things and we don't even have a place to stay.
Can you indicate to the Commission what did you lose in the fire?
Ungayicacisela le commission uba uphulukene nantoni lahlekelwe yintoni kulo mlilo?
Thina icala lethu side le ngapha icimamlilo zafika umlilo wawusoqala utsibela kucala lethu but icimamlilo zabe sesifika zocisha intuthu engapha kuthi. So ukuhamba kwethu thina sihospital sezwa ukuthi abantu bayangena endlini zethu bathatha izinto, so bathatha konke abakufunayo bashiya bangakudingi.
So what happened to our side, the firefighters did do their best to extinguish, but only the dust that came a lot to our side. So, but my things, my belongings in my room, they were stolen because by the time we went to hospital, we heard that there's people getting into our rooms, taking our stuff. So they took whatever they want, they only left what they don't want.
You indicated that you were with your grandchild when the fire started. Did he or she sustain any injuries as a result of the fire?
Uthe ubukunye nomzukulwana wakho ngelixesha lomlilo. Yena uye wenzakala ngelixesha lomlilo.
Umntanami wayesephuma umsi amafinyela nomsi empumlo. So masike hospital udriver we-ambulance wamthatha nge-wheelchair wamsa kwicala labantwana, but ngathi ngisalele ke mina ke sisalinde iwadi ngoba kwakuthiwa ugcwele sisalinde amawadi ukuthi sisiwe kumawadi beza kumbathi hayi umntanakho ungawari uright. So ke nami ehospital kwathola ukuthi mangisemandi yakwe i-scam nakulokuzana ukuthi no ngoba bayicamela ukuthi ndiphukile i-spinal cord. Cama kwathiwa no akusiso spinal cord, i-spinal cord sakho si-right, inkinga ila esinqeni but ngeke siku-operate, sizokunika khona ibhandi endigqokayo ngiyaligqokiswa ngoba ngikwazi usigqokela lona. So umntanami mayengekho angiligqoki ngoba uvuka past 4 ayemsebenzini nguye undigqokisayo, so ndiye ndigqoke mayibuyile. Yes.
So my grandchild was also taken to hospital because there was smoke coming out of the child's nose. But while I was still there in the hospital, they came to me and tell me that no, the child is fine. There is no problem with the child. But the only problem was me, because I thought I broke my spinal cord, but they said no. What is damaged is your waist. So we will give you some belt so that you can help you to sustain you. But I cannot put this belt by myself. My child had to put it. But since my child is waking early in the morning to go to work, I couldn't put the belt when my child is not there.
Subsequent to the fire, have you received any form of assistance from either officials from City of Johannesburg or government officials or anywhere else?
Ngokulandela kule ngozi, uye wafumana uncedo mhlambi kwigosa lesixeko okanye kurhulumente?
Angikatholi lutho mina. Iseya umntanam owayitholile ngoba yonke into ndandiyenzelwa nguye mina angakwazi ukwenza lutho. Isuka kwi-Red Cross.
I didn't get anything, but my child, since she is looking after me, so she only get something from Red Cross.
Have you received any psychological assistance or counseling since the fire?
Ngaba ukhe walifumana uncedo mhlambi elingokwasengqondweni okanye mhlambi i-counseling ethile? No, I didn't get one.
Were you assisted rather with alternative accommodation after the fire?
Ngaba ukhe wanceda uba ufumane enye indawo ke ngoku ozawuhlala kuyo?
Okay, ngokuzwa since serve silele hospital ukuthi ipresident bikhona ithembisile ukuthi izosifuna indawo, sasithembisa ukuthi ke thina okay mhlawumbe sawuphuma ezi hospital mass discharge ngoba ndihleli 5 weeks, so uphuma sezikhona indawo. Now ithema isesive umntwanami ukuthi after kwe-operation yesibini if uhambe kahle bazamdischarge. Wathi mama ngibona ngathi uzophuma e-hospital kungekho ndawo ngcono ngale sendi yami ndofuna indawo. So wahamba ke ufuna indawo, kulapho ke bamba discharge after operation yesibini. Ngafikela kuyo lapho ngikhona manje.
So since the president was there promising that he will get us a place to stay, so we have hope that after I was discharged, we will go and stay to those places that are arranged by the president. But I stayed in the hospital about 5 weeks. So during my second operation, my child noticed that there is nothing organized yet concerning accommodation. So she decided to go and find another place. That is where I was discharged to, and that is where I'm currently staying with my child.
Okay. And where is that? Where are you staying?
Nihlala phi?
Ngihlale
Atkinson House 27. I don't know if it's all letters, something like that, but Atkinson House.
Do you have anything else that you'd like to state or share with regards to how you believe the fire started?
Khona into mhlawumbe ongathanda usichazela yona oyaziyo ocinga ba yaqala lo mlilo?
Lutho angazi lutho mina. Into nje esavuka nje sijamba. Umlilo sowukhona siwazi umlilo ngake uthi waqalwa yini.
Nothing. There's nothing at all that I know, because we just wake up and then there was a fire. We started to jump.
Is there anything else you'd like to share with the Commission which you believe is relevant for the Commission of Inquiry, this Commission of Inquiry?
Khona mhlambi into ocinga ukuyichazela le commission into esebenzisekayo enoyinceda le commission mhlambi ezaba luncedo kuyi. Khona into ohlala uyichaza. No.
Did you lose any acquaintances, any friends from the fire, or people that you were close to?
Ngabu ye walahlekelwa ngabantu obaziyo mhlamba abahlobo bakho kanye abantu busondele ngenxa yomlilo.
Yeah, kakhulu. Ibizi friend, izi sisters, nabantwana babo bengabantwana bethu. Lapha first floor thina bese family. Mawungena lutho busikwazi kuya kumlilo besiphila impilo zasemakhaya. Saba buhlungu kakhulu.
In our floor, first floor, we were living like a family. So we could help each other. So I lose some of them. They were my friends and they are children. I was taking them as my children. So I lose some of them.
I do not have any further questions for you. Thank you so much for your time. Madam
Nkosi
Chair,
yami, Mbusi.
Madam Commissioner, I don't have any further questions for the witness.
Thank you, Mr. Banyoni. Advocate Siminya.
Thank you, Chair. Ma'am, harrowing experience you underwent as you tell the Commission.
Sorry.
I'm saying it is a harrowing experience you underwent as you tell the Commission.
Ngamava abhlungu kakhulu ngokungathethekiyo la akwehleleyo oye wawaxelela le commission.
Deep loss of those you knew and considered as your children and family.
Lahlekelwe kakhulu siyaqonda ngabo ubaqala njengabantwana bakho nobajonga njengentsapho yakho.
We wish you healing ultimately.
Kwanga ungachacha ngokukhawuleza.
We have no questions for you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sibhlungu nawe. Thank you.
Mr. Mgomezulu.
Yes, Chairperson. No question other than to wish the witness full recovery. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. Mr. Banyoni.
Madam Chair, may I request that the witness statement be admitted into the record as NRF 46.
Thank you. It is so admitted.
Thank you,
Thank
Madam.
you. Ms. Chikicha, we thank you for having come before this commission to give your evidence.
Nkosazana Chikihla siyabulela kakhulu ngoba uzile phambi kwale commission uzonikela ubungqina bakho.
We wish you full recovery.
Sinqwenela ukuba ungachacha ngokupheleleyo.
We also wish to offer our condolences for the loss of your friends.
Sibhlungu nawe sithi thuthuzeleka kukulahlekelwa ngabahlobo bakho.
You may step down as a witness, ma'am.
Ungehla njengenqe.
Advocate Sminya.
Chair, Madam Commissioner, this is all we have for the day. May we ask the matter to be adjourned until tomorrow.
Thank you. These proceedings stand adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock.